Hello, guys and gals, and welcome. Welcome, yes. I need to get caught up on some of my skill videos now that I finally hit level 99, and I got my smiter out of the way, and doing some fun here and there. So we're going to be doing some skill videos, and probably going to be starting with the Amazon. I haven't really done a lot of skill videos on the Amazon at all, and I'd like to get some of hers out of the way. I don't even know how to put it. There's just a lot of different things that I can go over for the Zonazon. I think we're gonna start out with some of the bow skills. Most specifically, things like multi-shot, which are a little less understood, especially since obviously even I misunderstand multi-shot from time to time. We could start with Magic Arrow. Magic Arrow sounds like fun. Magic Arrow is actually a very powerful attack. A lot of people don't know. People don't know. They don't know. Oh, you like my hat? A turkey hat? Who's got a turkey hat? What's that? You hate my hat, Dong? Wow. That's rude. Why do you hate my hat? Why do you hate my hat? That's not nice. You shouldn't just walk in the room and be like, I hate your hat, man. Alright, so let's do Magic Arrow real quick. We'll go into this a little nicer than normal. There is some things I need to look up about Magic Arrow before we get started. Most namely is a lot of people don't know, but that plus damage effect that's on Magic Arrow is actually really powerful. And it's a little bit more powerful than a lot of people realize. I need to reboot the game. Totally forgot I need to open it up with the other shortcut. I have a special shortcut with a special command, which allows me to respec my characters at will. If you want to learn that command, I have the video up, goes over the whole thing. It's called 7 commands. Just Google or just search for Diablo 2 7 commands or something like that, and it'll pop up, and it's in there. It's a really handy thing to have because you can basically respec your character whenever you want, which is basically what I have going on here. So this character can be respec'd just at the drop of a button. You basically just press a button and it just automatically respecs the character. So I was right to look this up. So it says the character screen actually is wrong when it comes to Magic Arrow's damage output. Apparently the Magic Arrow's minimum and maximum damage, which is apparently what this is, plus 8 damage, is it's just flat min and max that's being added. And apparently it does get added before the damage modifier is applied, even though the screen for some reason shows it without it. It does also say here that Magic Arrow's plus attack rating is not applied even though the character screen calculates the AR. Well, that seems kind of poopy. I wonder if they fix that in Diablo 2 Resurrected. I guess we could always check. It says that the average chance to hit a fallen is 95%. Let's pull out some of these AR charms. And what other things do we have giving us AR? Still have a 95% chance. Let me go poke something real quick and see what my percent chance is here. %92 chance to hit a demon imp. So if the attack rating is not being calculated, then it should be significantly lower than 92% chance. I don't know. Still seems really darn high. Certainly not having any trouble hitting the targets. So I'm going to have to say that that one's probably been fixed in Diablo 2 Resurrected. Mala. Do Sunders affect magic arrow? Yeah, why wouldn't they? I mean, it's physical and magical damage, so it's both. I mean, I don't really know why you'd want to use a Sunder for magic arrow, though. There's very few monsters that are magic immune that you actually want to shoot with a magic arrow. You ever come across a magic immune monster, you just shoot them with your main attack. Physical damage, or fire damage, or ice damage, or whatever the hell else you got. Like, alright, let's reset her real quick. Since we're doing magic arrow, we're going to go ahead and beef that up eventually here. Go ahead and put in all my doodad points here. Hit the button. Press the button. Alright, so what's our current attack rating with magic arrow? So we got a 67% chance. Pretty god-awful. Still seems to be hitting pretty good. I'm going to have to say that that one's probably been fixed. Alright. So if you guys have never participated in one of my live recording days, it's pretty simple. Alright. What I do is I get prepped for the video, and then once I get prepped for the video, I initiate the intro, I do my little spiel, finish the video, and then I stop recording. While I'm recording the video, I won't be responding to chat. It's just how it works. Not trying to hurt anybody's feelings. When the video recording is over, like when the outro plays and I'm finished with that particular video, I will talk to chat again. Simple as that. So buckle up, because we're going to have some fun. Alright, so let's start this video. I think I've got enough information here kind of stored up, and I mean, there's a lot of different items. I'm going to go over those as well, because magic arrow doesn't just come from the skill itself, it also comes from items. What's up, Dirk Castellan? Thank you. I appreciate your love for my videos. Yes. That was creepy. Alright, leave about 95 points there. Alright, this should be good. We should be good. We good. Get my Valkyrie up before I forget. Alright, and 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we're going to be going over a lot of Amazon stuff, just simply because, well, I just recently leveled at Amazon to level 99, so it's on my mind. And we'll add that to the long list of skills and abilities that I've already completed. Today we're going to be going over one of the probably most useful abilities in the Amazon tree for bows, is just simply the humble magic arrow. A lot of people don't realize how good this ability is, and it's really just because it gives the Amazon a way to kill monsters that are immune to whatever element they happen to be wielding. Whether you're a freezing arrow Zon, whether you're exploding arrow, whether you're a multi-shot, a guided arrow, or a strafe Zon, it doesn't really matter. And even if you're not an Amazon at all, and we'll go over that later, Magic Arrow is just an extremely powerful ability which you utilize to not only, number one, kill monsters that are immune to most elements, but number two, fire arrows when you don't actually have arrows. Now, Magic Arrow is kind of simple in the way that it's stated. It says, creates a magical arrow or bolt that does extra damage, converts physical damage to magic damage. Now, this changes, of course, in percentage as you level up the ability. It adds attack rating, and then it also just says damage plus, which is really confusing because it doesn't actually tell you what that is. The damage plus is actually min and max added at the same time. So it adds 8 min and 8 max to your damage pool. Now, converting a physical damage attack into an elemental attack is a double-edged sword. It has pluses and minuses, and quite honestly, if you get it too high, it can be detrimental to its overall effectiveness. But it also is good for its effectiveness too. So, you know, if I'm cryptic enough, let me explain myself. Physical damage is how you obtain your life and mana steel. If you don't have life and mana steel, you're not going to do very well as a physical damage character. Now, when all of your physical damage has been converted into an elemental type, like for instance with Berserk, Berserk does the same thing. It converts all of your physical damage into an elemental type, and you basically deal no physical damage at that point. Now, this means that your life and mana steel don't work at all. Now, Magic Arrow doesn't quite hit the 100% mark, and even when you max it out, if I were to throw in 20 points in here, you'll see that it's only at 57% conversion, so it's not too terribly bad, although it is going to be taking a large percentage of your physical damage away and turning it into magic. Now, what this does is it allows you to kill most monsters in the game, because most monsters in the game are not immune to magic. It also is before the... after. It's also after most of the physical damage modifiers. So critical strike, for instance, is something that you would definitely want to build if you're going to do a magic arrows on, because the higher critical chance means you're going to double that physical damage more often, which means that the physical damage that's being converted into elemental will be higher. Also, things like plus enhanced damage, like for instance, if I was wearing a fortitude, or if I had min and max damage charms, like for instance these +3 maximum damage, 20 attack rating charms. On top of that, you can also utilize things like fortitude. You can't really use Phoenix because you're a boson. But anything that increases the damage of Magic Arrow, enhances the damage, is going to also enhance the magic damage effect, because it is before all of the other modifiers. So if I start adding in these max damage charms, for instance, Magic Arrow is going to go up to 2,715. Now, this doesn't seem like a lot. And only 57% of this is actually magical damage. So it's not like super duper duper crazy in terms of damage output, especially when you compare it against something like maxed out Strafe or maxed out Guided Arrow. Like if I were to throw 20 points into Guided Arrow and 20 points into multi-shot, Guided Arrow would have a pretty high 422% increased damage. And if we compared them to each other, you'll see that Guided Arrow is much higher at 5,338. However, it doesn't really matter. Physical damage is poor by comparison to magic damage. So when you're out in the field and you're actually shooting things, what you're going to notice is that even though the magic arrow is much lower in actual damage output, it will still do pretty significant damage to most targets because most targets have 0% magic resistance. Whereas most targets have 50% or more physical resistance, and so the physical damage all by itself isn't going to be enough. Magic damage just tends to be more universally usable in most situations. In fact, there's very few monsters in the game even that have magic resistance at all, let alone immunity to it. Some of the uber bosses have magic resistance, and in those cases you probably wouldn't be using magic arrow anyway, but they do have some pretty high magic resistance. Now, the damage effect actually goes up pretty high on the skill, so as you level it up, you do actually get more and more plus damage, which is min and max damage. So as you can see, I'm currently at plus 27 min and max on the magic arrow ability, and you could potentially get this much, much, much higher. And get the conversion rate to a much higher level. Now, in the past, this skill used to have a different percentage. So right now, I'm at level 27, and the old level 27 conversion was only 27%. So it's basically been doubled from that particular time period, which is absolutely great. And that means that it does more magic damage now than it did before. But like I said before, because now it does more magic damage, you also get less life and less mana steal per shot. So do keep that in mind. Now, there are ways that you can get magic arrow for free. And there are several of these items within the game, like Witch Wild String. And Witch Wild String is only one of quite a few different bows. There's Mavina's Caster, which has level 1. There is Wither String Hunter's Bow, which has level 3. Wizendraw has level 5 magic arrow. Widowmaker has level 11, but Witch Wild String is by far the highest in terms of passive magic arrow because it comes in at level 20. Now, to utilize the magic arrow on a bow like this that has the Fire's magic arrow effect, you actually have to utilize the regular attack. And when you utilize the regular attack, you will notice that the arrows that come out of your bow are no longer regular arrows, and instead they are now magic arrows. So these are being properly converted. Now, there's no mana cost on this particular thing, because when you have it from the bow, there is absolutely no mana cost at all. The other thing about magic arrow is that as you level it up, the mana cost decreases. So at its early levels, magic arrow actually does have a mana cost. And this is somewhat detrimental to the early level player who's just trying to get the best effect out of it. Because even at a very low level, it's going to cost you a decent amount of mana. So let me pull out my plus the skills here, because I don't want to give you guys the wrong impression. So at level 1, you'll notice that it has a mana cost of 1.5, which isn't too terribly bad, but at a low level, Amazons don't really have very much mana anyway. I think they spawn with like 15 mana, and it's pretty awful. But when you put mana points into it, you'll notice that the mana cost decreases, and it continues to decrease until eventually it hits nothing. So at level 13, which is the level that you can get to for 0 mana cost, Magic Arrow now basically costs nothing, which is absolutely great, and doesn't really do anything at that point to your mana pool, so you don't really have to worry about the mana steal anymore, which, like I said, is a problem with the skill because it converts most of your physical damage into elemental. You do have very poor mana steal, and you don't have to worry about it because there's no mana cost on the ability at all after level 13. The physical damage you're still going to have to worry about for the lifesteal, but hopefully if you're firing fast enough and you have enough damage output, it shouldn't be too big of a deal. Now, if you want to, let's see here. Of course, I just reset my whole character. You don't necessarily have to put any points into Magic Arrow, though, and this is one of the cool things about the ability, is that with all of your plus to skill equipment on, usually characters have quite a bit of plus to skill equipment. Now, I don't have a whole lot because this character's not designed this way, but you'll notice that even with the basic equipment that I have, I'm at level 8 already. So this character's set up for a very specific thing, Crushing Blow. That was she's part of a theory craft that I did recently. And as you increase the skill level, you'll notice that I only had to put 6 points in it to get it to the 0 mana cost level. And many characters, like my Freezing Arrows on, which have tons of plus to skills, don't have to put any points in at all to get it to the level that you would need to be able to get that 0 mana cost. Now, you're not going to be able to get it high enough to hit those really high, like 57% conversion numbers, but it'll still be useful to kill those odd physical immunes that you come across, like if you're a physical character, or the odd cold immunes that you come across if you're a cold character, and so forth and so on. Now, unfortunately, the elemental damage characters, like the Freezing Arrow and the Exploding Arrows-ons, tend to have a worse time utilizing Magic Arrow because it is a highly physical damage skill. And so without physical damage on your side, like if you're not using like a Wind Force bow or something of that nature, it tends to not really do very well because you're converting your physical damage into the other. And it doesn't really have any form of damage increase other than that min and max. So if your damage is garbage, then Magic Arrow's damage is also garbage. So, you know, keep that in mind as you think about Magic Arrow for your character. Now, if you are a multi-shot, guided arrow, or strafe zon, if you are a physical zon of any type, you definitely should be utilizing Magic Arrow because you are already set up for physical damage. And anytime you come across a physically immune monster, you can just switch over to Magic Arrow and annihilate them from existence. Because, you know, if you're dishing out like 8,000 physical damage, and then you switch over to your Magic Arrow, even if it's a little bit less at like 5,000, you're still hitting double damage, so it's going to like 10k, and then like 57% of 10k, so you're like 5,700 magic damage per shot. It's pretty impressive. Especially when you come across those physical immunes and you just like annihilate them from existence. I wish I could just like find one real quick to show you guys how well it works, but it doesn't always tend to work that way. Let me go ahead and dump the rest of my points in Magic Arrow real quick. I'm trying to think if there's a physical immune monster. We could always go down to Arcane Sanctuary real quick and play around down there. Get some ghosties. Where the ghosties at? Because the ghost is going to make some noise. Let's switch over to our Wind Force, which is higher physical damage. Now, I do believe this is on Players 8. Let me double check here. It is not. It's on Players 1, so let's change that. And here's our ghosty boys. As you can see, although they are immune to physical, I absolutely annihilated them from existence, which is absolutely great. Magic Arrow does also work with other effects like Crushing Blow, Open Wounds. It will also work with Deadly Strike, as we talked about earlier, and of course the Amazon's native Crit Strike, which is absolutely amazing. Because you get the nice double damage effect, and then that converts all your damage nicely too. And as you can see, it just with level 27 and a 57% conversion rate, even in Players 8, it does pretty well. Let's go over here real quick just to make sure that all these monsters were spawned at Players 8, because sometimes they spawn at varying values. Now, of course, we can also utilize Pierce, which I totally forgot to put in, and Crit Strike. That's right. Back up off me, sons. This boy is extra fast, cursed, and as you can see, I'm still chunking him down pretty well. Now, there are some other things to cover with this particular arrow, and one of them is that amplified damage doesn't work on the physical damage conversion. So this might sound kind of weird because it is a physical damage attack, which is converting into an elemental damage attack. So, like, for instance, if you have a monster that is amplified damaged by, let's say, by a Necromancer, or maybe you have Atmoscarab on or something like that, Or maybe you have a mercenary, which is using a Reaper's Toll, and he has Decrepify. Because your damage is being converted to magic and then shot out, the amplified damage is only going to affect the physical portion of the ability, not the elemental portion, which is rather unfortunate. So you don't really gain much benefit with Magic Arrow by using Amp or Decrepify. And unfortunately, lower resistance also does not work on Magic Arrow either. So that's not really going to give you any benefit. Now, there are two other abilities in the tree, Fire Arrow and Cold Arrow, which are practically identical to Magic Arrow in every regard, except for the fact that they give you a little bit of additional cold or fire damage. And they also convert, and lower resistance would work with those, but it would not work with, obviously, Magic Arrow. I think that's pretty much everything when it comes to this ability. It's really not a super complicated ability. It's not really one that you build a character around, but it definitely is an amazing one that I think most Bozans usually have in their arsenal at some point or another, and definitely comes in handy for those specific monsters that are a little bit more difficult to kill. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, and I'm pretty sure the next video is probably going to be multi-shot. Alright, so that's that video done, and we're going to be working on the multi-shot next. Multi-shot is a little bit complicated, and I'm going to have to like read up on this one again. I don't like how weird multi-shot is. And it's gone through a lot of changes over the years, and I think that's part of the issue with multi-shot. Is that it never really was like the same from patch to patch. They kept changing little things about it. They nerfed its damage. They nerfed the bow damage. They changed the way the skill worked here or there. It's got the synergy bonus, which has been added in the new version of the game, which wasn't there before. And yeah. It's definitely got some oddities to it, so we'll have some fun with that. Oh wow, cold length is also reduced. I did not know that. My girlfriend's downstairs making some goulash. If you've never had goulash before, I don't know what to tell you. Alright, so we got a lot of things here. We've got the fact that it doesn't increase in arrows past level 24 or 22, which is kind of terrible. That sucks. That sucks pretty hard. That's some high level suckage. So basically what the Amazon Basin is saying is that we'll go over this in the video, but if you notice, the arrows go up every level. Alright, and once you hit level 22, you have the maximum number of levels, which is 24 arrows. That is the highest that you can possibly get the skill. Every point after the frickin' level 22 just increases the mana cost. So we go from 26 mana to 27 27 mana, 28, and there is no benefit. There is absolutely no benefit going higher than level 22 for multi-shot. In fact, not only is there no benefit, it also is a net negative because it continues to increase the mana cost despite the fact that the multi-shot is not getting anything. So definitely not good to bring multi-shot above level 22. There's also some other interesting information here about the fact that cold length is reduced by 75%. So apparently, you know how like when you hit a target with a chilling effect, like say for instance cold damage, like maybe you're wearing a Raven Frost, or maybe you're using a cold bow or something like that. It doesn't really matter what it is. Whatever source you're getting the cold damage from, it doesn't really matter. It's just it adds cold, effects to your attacks, so that when you attack a target, the target is chilled, and when the target is chilled, he's slower, moves slower, attacks slower, so forth and so on, and that chilling effect, lasts for a decent period of time. Well, it's saying basically that multi-shot's chilling effect lasts for 75% less time than a normal chilling effect, which is kind of silly. However, poison damage is not reduced. So the poison length is not reduced, which is good because multi-shot is often used with poison. And, yeah. So, yeah, there's another interesting thing. Apparently there's also a different way that poison is calculated when you are using a skill that reduces weapon damage, which is I don't even pretend to understand this calculation. Apparently it's poison length equals sum of length divided by sources -1. I don't even know what the hell that means. So apparently it screws with the way that poison damage is applied. Percentage of life and mana stolen per hit is also reduced to 75%. Rounding down, this means that 4% is reduced to 3% and 1% is reduced to 0. The following are only applied by 2 original arrows. If there is an odd number of arrows, these are the central arrow and the first arrow to the right from the Amazon's perspective. Crushing blow, open wounds, chance to cast on striking, hit blinds target, hit causes monster to flee, freezes target, knockback, and slows target are all only applied on 2 arrows of the entire stack, which is pretty stupid. Poopity, poopity, poopity. Did they change the weapon damage on multi-shot at all? It's still 75% weapon damage, yeah, so it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Alright, we need a comparative skill. Let's do a guided arrow for our comparative skill. You like my hats? I wore this last year. This is my hat from last year. There's a couple of my videos with this hat in it. Those of you who've been around for a little while and have watched my videos, you know the antler hats. You know. Last Christmas. It was last Christmas. Alright, well this guy's got the whole math over here. Ichten Brockton. It's in German. Sum of all poison's durations divided by number of sources, -1. I think I do understand that, actually. So, I guess what it's saying is like, let's say, for instance, I have, let's just go ahead and throw some charms in here. Let's say I have 8 small charms with 100 poison damage. What he's saying is that the poison length is the sum of the lengths. So I'm assuming that the sum of the lengths would be 6, because I don't think they add together like that. You know, I wouldn't assume that it would be like 6 plus 6 equals 12. I'm pretty sure it just means like if I have like a 12 poison damage, like an 8 poison damage, various other types of poison damage, that it would take them and then divide them by the number, and then it would subtract 1 to get the total length. So the length of the poison damage is definitely going to be a little bit different. But it has the -1 on there, which basically means there's a penalty. So this guy, this German guy that is on this German website from like 2012, if you guys want to take a look at it, I'll link it in chat for you. You got to use a translator on here. But basically what he's saying is there's only 3 different forms of how poison damage is applied to a weapon, and apparently the multi-shot has the penalty. So it's basically the same exact formula for regular like one-handed weapons and stuff. It just doesn't apply the -1. So in the case of the normal missiles, it applies the -1, and that's really all there is to it. So it just subtracts one second essentially from whatever duration it comes up with, or sources -1. Sorry, so it subtracts 1 from the sources. Never mind. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. I can't really tell whether that's a good or a bad thing. Like, is it making it worse? Or is it making it better? No reindeers died in the making of this hat. It's soft. It's made out of cloth. It's made out of cloth. Well, this is all very interesting, and it's a lot deeper than I ever wanted to go into multi-shot. Basically, what he's saying is that the damage of a poison effect changes depending on what skill you're using. And it kind of sucks because some abilities apply the damage differently. Which, when I say differently, I mean worse. It applies it worse, as from what I'm looking at here. Hmm. Alright, I think we're pretty much ready to do this multi-shot video. Let's get this show on the road. You guys ready? Are you ready, kids? I can't hear you. Oops, totally forgot to hit the button. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we're going to be looking at the Amazon ability bow and crossbow multi-shot. Multi-shot is a rather confused and ridiculous mess. It doesn't really tell you enough on the skill. I mean, the skill says it magically splits one arrow or bolt into many. It says it reduces your damage by 75%, which is pretty ridiculous. And of course, as it levels up, it gains more arrows. And this is also a subject of rather silliness in the ability, is that it just ceases to gain more arrows. So eventually, at a certain point, when you're putting points in, you'll notice that it goes from 10 to 11, 12 to 13 mana cost, 14 to 15, and so forth and so on. And at some point, which is at level 22, the ability just simply ceases to get new arrows. It goes from level 23, or 22 with 23 arrows, to 24, and mana cost of 25 to 26. But when you go from level 23 to 24, there's no more arrows. You don't gain anything by getting higher than level 22. So, basically, this skill just simply costs you more mana as you increase the skill, and it's stupid. I don't know why there's no other added benefit to leveling up the ability, or why the mana cost continues to increase despite the fact that there is no additional benefit involved. Definitely something that I would consider in the bug category, especially considering that lately the ability has been given a synergy, which means for things like Guided Arrow and Strafe, you have to max out the ability, which means that you're forced into utilizing the higher mana cost version, whether you want to or not. There are other things that go on with multi-shot, and the logical person would assume that with multi-shot you could hit a target multiple times. Like, for instance, if I'm standing right in front of a monster and I fire multi-shot, you would think that I could just blast the target in the face with 72 arrows, well, 24, which is our maximum. But the thing is that you can't hit any target more than one time with multi-shot. It is a thing that is added into the game called next hit delay. So next hit delay essentially makes it so that a monster cannot be hit more than one time by an ability within a set period of time. Now, for the next hit delay for this particular ability, it is 0.4 seconds. 0.4 seconds is enough to basically make it so that, actually not 0.4 seconds, 4 frames, sorry. 4 frames, which is 4 over 25, so 4/25ths of a second, my bad. So if 4/25ths of a second is enough to ensure that a monster cannot be hit more than one arrow at a time. There's also other problems with this ability. Things that aren't really told to you, and you don't really understand how they work, because the game's not going to fill you in on these details. Number one is multi-shot doesn't apply effects like you would think it does. Like, say, for instance, you were wearing, I don't know, something really cool like Atmos Scarab. Or you were utilizing a really awesome bow that has amplified damage charges on it, like Witch Wild String. Multi-shot does not apply effects on anything but the middle 2 arrows, and if there is an odd number of arrows, it is the middle arrow and the arrow immediately on the right of the way that the Amazon is facing. Only these 2 center arrows can actually proc anything. In fact, there is a laundry list of things that can only be procced by the middle 2 effects. And I'm going to go over those really quickly. So Crushing Blow is only applied by the middle 2 arrows. Open Wounds, chance to cast on striking, like for instance the Amplify Damage proc on the Witch Wild String. Hit blinds target, hit causes monster to flee, freezes target, and even knockback and slows target are only applied on the middle 2 arrows, which is just garbage. If I'm out here in the, in fighting and I'm relying on my knockback or my slows target to do the job for me, and it's only applying on those middle 2 arrows, then if a monster is being hit by the edges of the multi-shot, they're not going to get knocked back. They're not going to be slowed. And it's going to cause you some issues. Now, in the past, there were no synergy effects on multi-shot, but now we do have that nice 12% damage bonus per level from Guided Arrow. So if we beef up Guided Arrow to its maximum, we get a nice little bump in damage to our multi-shot, which is certainly not bad. It's not really enough to make it like super duper viable, but if you are building specifically for multi-shot, you usually end up building things like max damage charms, plus to enhanced damage like Fortitude, laying of hands for the demon damage and so forth and so like that. You're basically just ignoring the fact that all of your damage is being taken away and just going for it anyway. Now, there are also some other little quirks about multi-shot which I need to go over. One of them is the fact that multi-shot also reduces the duration of all cold effects by 75%. So if you have any cold damage of any source, like for instance the 1545 on Ravenfrost, if you're relying on that cold damage, like maybe you have some cold damage charms, or maybe you even have some cold damage on your amulet, like an Eye of Elich, or I'm trying to think, there's tons of different sources that have cold damage on them. The cold duration gets reduced tremendously, so you can't really rely on the chilling effect as much. And you may also notice that just when I'm firing my bow out here with the multi-shot, the monsters are getting chilled, but it's so short of a duration that it doesn't hardly do anything. And if the monster has some duration reduction on their own, like if they have half freeze duration on their modifiers, it's just going to make it even more silly. Your like 5-second chill goes down to like, what is it, like 1 second, and then their 50% chill, freeze duration is bringing that 1 second down to like 0.5, and by the time you're done, you've got like no freeze duration whatsoever left on multi-shot. Poison length is not reduced, but there is a penalty involved. It does apply a -1 penalty to the sources, which there is some pretty advanced information on that, and I'm not really going to go over it because it's honestly, I'm not even going to lie, it's a little above my head. If you take a look on Amazon Basin, though, there is some very good links with some parses by a German fellow, which I had to auto-translate his page. But he does go over all of the technical details on how poison is affected by multi-shot. We also have the percentage of life in Mana Steel is also reduced by 75%. So, of course, our physical damage is being reduced by 75%, which means we're getting less life in Mana Leech. And on top of that, we're also getting a penalty of a rounding down effect. So, for instance, if we have 7% Mana Leech, it's going to be rounded down to 6. So they apply the 75% penalty, and then we also get the rounding down penalty on life and Mana Leech, which means that life and Mana Leech with multi-shot is extremely ineffective. You need rather high numbers to get really anything good out of it, and this is, of course, before the penalties for hell difficulty, and the penalties that the monster applies. So if you thought that the original life leech penalties were bad, let me tell you, the multi-shot penalties are like 1,000 times worse. You've got to go through 4 different penalties before you reach your like last amount of life leech done. The first one is the multi-shot 75% damage penalty, which is of course reducing your damage by a pretty harsh amount. Life leech is affected by that. Then you also have the rounding down penalty, which is your second penalty, which is essentially going to take whatever percentage you have and round it down by 1%, which makes that even worse. Then the hell difficulty penalty is 33% of your life leech. So whatever your life leech is, doesn't matter, it's 33% of that. So if we were at 10%, for instance, or 9%, we would be at 3%. And then on top of that, there's also the drain effectiveness modifier of the monster themselves. So if the monster has a 50% drain effectiveness, or a 75% drain effectiveness, or a 33% drain effectiveness, it's now reducing that number even further. And so multi-shot just kind of gets hosed when it comes to this. You do hit multiple monsters, which is certainly nice, and the multiple monster hitting does make up for a little bit of the penalties, but your mana and your life leech end up so low, and the mana cost of multi-shot ends up being so high at 30 per shot at level 27 that a lot of the times it's pretty difficult to maintain your mana when it comes to this ability. Just firing it, for a short period of time without hitting a target, and you'll notice your mana is just completely gone. Doesn't really take a whole lot of shots. So it's kind of important to actually be hitting something. Now, granted, if we were in a place like the cows, where there's all those monsters, there's definitely a large number of targets to hit, and it's certainly helpful to have those targets handy. Like here in the River of Flame, you can see that I am hitting targets off the screen. You can see the life and mana leech procs above my head, but it's not enough to sustain. And it's just, it's an issue that multi-shot has always had. It's just a really high mana cost, and the life and mana penalties are just terrible with this ability. Multi-shot does come in charges, by the way, if you ever want to play around with it on a non-Amazon. There are gloves that can spawn with multi-shot charges. I think it's like level 4 or level 5. And you can also find the occasional bow with multi-shot charges on them if you want to use it on like a non-Zon. I've seen them with upwards of level 8, I want to say, multi-shot charges. I could be wrong on that. Amazon Basin does have some information on that. Hold on. Yes, so minimum eye level... charges level... So level 8... can be on missile weapons, and level 4 is the highest that you can get on gloves. And the number of charges is 30. Yeah, 30 at level 4 and 60 at level 8. So if you can find a pretty nice bow with multi-shot charges on it, could be interesting for some elemental damage builds, because it does apply elemental damage on all the arrows, which is certainly very nice. I mean, as you can see, when I'm out here and I'm firing my bow at these monsters, they are getting chilled, even though the chilling effect doesn't last very long. They are getting applied with the various elemental damage, like poison damage, cold damage, and so forth and so on, which is certainly one of multi-shot's biggest benefits, is that you can apply elemental damage to multiple targets. As you can see, I got the poison damage, and it's basically hitting everybody. This is something that you can do early on that works pretty well on Amazon, is you can basically just take a bow, and you can fill it, with Tal runes, and you can just get a large amount of poison damage, which will tick away and slowly kill the target. In early versions of the game, like normal difficulty and nightmare difficulty, you can actually effectively use poison builds pretty well. Poison builds become extremely difficult in hell, though, just simply because it's obviously a lot more difficult to get yourself the higher damage poison charms. And on top of that, a 6 Tal rune bow just isn't going to cut it anymore. You're going to need something a lot better than just Tal runes in a bow to make your way past nightmare and hell difficulty. I'm trying to think if there's anything else to go over when it comes to multi-shot. We've covered the fact that you can't hit a target more than one time. We've covered the fact that only the center 2 arrows actually apply most of the effects on the ability. So things like Crushing Blow For instance, for instance, if I was using like the giant skull with 10% CB, or duress, which has 15, gore riders, which have 15 crushing blow, and so forth and so on. These effects are really only applied to those 2 center arrows, which means that stacking crushing blow and open wounds on a multi-shot Zon is pretty ineffective. There is a skill that works much better with crushing blow and open wounds, and that is Strafe, because Strafe has some very nice abilities to proc multiple effects. So every single arrow of Strafe has the ability to proc an effect, whereas only the center 2 arrows on multi-shot can proc an effect. So say, for instance, you had the Witch Wild String on, and you wanted to get that amplify damage effect, but you still want to use multi-shot. So let's say you prefer to use multi-shot even. What you want to do is you want to use Strafe to see if you can get that amplify damage proc up, which Strafe usually does a pretty good job, and then use your multi-shot to kill the targets afterward once the amplify damage is up on the targets. It's a much better skill for proccing effects, and if you're relying on a procced effect, especially with multi-shot, it's not really going to go very well for you, because as you can see, even though I have Witch Wild String on, I'm not probably going to see an amp damage proc. Like, it's just probably not going to happen. One of the other things that I can go over with multi-shot, though, is its ability to spread its arrows at varying distances. So all of the abilities that are like that are like this, Shockwave, multi-shot, teeth, they all have this ability. So if you click far away from yourself like this, you will notice that the arrows are all tightly bunched together. So the further away you click, the tighter the bunch of arrow is. The closer to your character you click, the more spread out the arrows become. And you can control exactly how the spread of the multi-shot is by clicking at varying distances. And this is a very good way that you can control, essentially where the ability is going, where it's focused more like, and get a better shot pattern. Like, for instance, if I was in the cows, I would probably want to do one that was closer to my character, spread it out as much as possible so I'm hitting as many targets as I possibly can at one time. Whereas if I'm fighting in an enclosed space, like say I'm fighting in the maggot layer or something, I don't really need my arrows spread out to that degree. So I'm going to fire them more in a line like this to get the maximum effect. Now, granted, you can't hit a target more than one time with an arrow, but with the addition of Pierce, especially if you don't have a high level of Pierce, you are essentially utilizing the percent chance. So when one arrow is killed because it doesn't pierce through a target, the other arrow that's next to it does go through and perhaps hits several other targets more. And they can pierce up to 5 times. So you have a total number of pierces of 5 with these abilities. Something like multi-shot is definitely going to take advantage of things like a critical strike and penetrate, which are going to help you tremendously by increasing your attack rating and also the damage output of the ability. In fact, I would probably recommend having as high critical strike as you can get with a multi-shots on. Not necessarily put points into it. That's not really what you have to do. But you got to account for your plus the skills, any deadly strike which you may have on your character. Like, for instance, let's say that you have High Lord's Wrath on, which is 35% deadly strike. So it doesn't really stack directly, but they do stack. And so you don't really need to have a huge amount of critical strike if you're also running, say, 35% deadly strike from High Lords, and then maybe you're also running Gore Riders, which is another 15% deadly strike. And so before you know it, you're sitting at, what is that, 35 plus 15, so 45, so 50. So you get 50% deadly strike, which means that you really don't have to have much more than about 50% crit, although you could go a little bit higher. Let's say about like 75% would be a decent amount, or 65%. Because how it works is if you have 50% deadly strike and you have 50% crit, they both roll. And you get about 75% chance is what it ends up being. So you kind of want a little bit higher, especially as a physical damage character. You want to get that up to as close to 100% as you can. But with a 50% and a 50%, you're rolling pretty close already. And most of the attacks that you get off are going to, you know, obviously crit. As for attack rating, you definitely want to have good attack rating with multi-shot. As you can see, the difference between the attack rating on Strafe, which is 8,028, and the difference between multi-shot is 3,307. And when you look at multi-shot, you'll notice that multi-shot doesn't have any attack rating bonus. It has none, which means that you have to build Penetrate, because it's going to be the attack rating for your ability. And now you can see, now I'm at 6,705 with an 88% chance to hit, which was much better than I was at before. Penetrate is probably going to be one of your main skills for this particular build if you're going to do a multi-shot build, because every time you fire this bow, like I was talking about earlier, you need that mana steal, you need the life steal, and you also obviously want your attacks to actually be hitting the targets, because it makes a lot more sense if you're going to be firing this bow to actually be hitting things. And because it has attack rating issues in the form of essentially no attack rating bonus on the skill, you're going to have to make up for it with other ways to build up your attack rating. And Penetrate is the easiest way to get that really nice attack rating bonus, which is definitely going to help you out. As you can see, though, like, this is P8 Shank, and I am using which Wild String? Let's switch to Wind Force, which probably has a better chance on Shank. As you can see, he does get knocked back if I'm attacking him directly. So if I am attacking directly at Shank, that middle arrows, those middle arrows are hitting him, and he is getting the effect. But I've got to make sure that I'm hitting him with those middle arrows, otherwise the knockback effect isn't really working. The crushing blow, the open wounds, and all that stuff isn't really working, which is detrimental to the build entirely. I think I've covered just about everything I can with this ability, and I hope that I've kind of demystified multi-shot for you guys and gals out there who have maybe had trouble with multi-shot in the past. I know I have had trouble with multi-shot in the past. I am not ashamed to admit it. It is a complicated ability with just a whole lot going on. A lot of penalties, a lot of variable things that don't make much sense, like the increased mana cost, the fact that you can't hit targets multiple times. I mean, the list goes on and on. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, and keep watching. Alright, so that was the multi-shot video. Went on a little bit longer than I thought, but what you gonna do? What you gonna do? When the Ghostbusters come for you. Alright, what do we got next? Guided Arrow is always fun. Have I already done Guided Arrow, though? I don't even remember. I thought I had done Guided Arrow, but... I have not done Guided Arrow. Well, Guided Arrow next it is, then. Guided Arrow is a simple one. It definitely has gotten quite the buff recently in terms of, like, the damage output. We can also talk about 1.09 Guided Arrow. 1.09 Guided Arrow is the best Guided Arrow. I don't care what anybody says. It's the best. It's the very best. I saw them subscriptions, by the way. I saw them. Thank you, PlayStation, for the subscribe, sir. Thank you, Devil Jeans. Thank you, Jordan O. Appreciate it. Go. I was wondering if I had a mage wrath sitting on somebody. I wonder if Holy Moly has a mage wrath. Oh, not a mage wrath. Widowmaker. I usually put them on like the builds like this, but you might not have it. He does not have a Widowmaker. He does not. Tippy toe on the tippy tappy. What? Tippy tappy tippy toe. Tippy tap tip tippy tippy tap tap. Come on down now, tippy tippy tap. Gonna tippy tip 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 tap. Got a tip to tap. A tippy tip tap. Gonna tip tip. All the taps and the tip and then the tip and then the tap and then the tip tip tap. Could be going to tip to tap to tap to tip 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 to tap to tap to tip tip. That was pretty good. I like that. Tip to tap tap to tip 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 to tap to tap to tip tip. Tip 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 tap. Let's see here. Where's my bows? Unique bows too. That's probably it. The frickin' the one that I want is missing. The Mage Wrath is here, but not the other one. The Widowmaker is the one I'm looking for. The Widowmaker. The Widow. The Black Widow. Boo 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 boo. Let's check Unique Bows 1. Why do they call it that? Because you die. Nope, not here either. It's no big deal. I'm not too worried about it. Boom 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 boom. It's not really where I wanted to go. I need a nice wide open space. Let's go to Cold Plains. That'll work just fine. Three, two, one, let's jam. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. We're going on an Amazon jam recently, so we're going to be going over the Amazon ability Guided Arrow. Guided Arrow is This is an ability which has had a lot of changes over the years, and for those of you guys and gals out there who are unaware of this, it has just had so many little changes here and there throughout the years. Those of you who are like me, who are from the past, know exactly what I'm talking about. All right, so there is some crazy stuff from like 1.09 and back, which Guided Arrow used to be able to do, and we kind of need to go over that first. So, number one, Guided Arrow can no longer pierce. Back in 1.09, Guided Arrow used to be able to pierce targets, and unfortunately it does not anymore, which is pretty sad, because it was just such a good ability for piercing. You could shoot a monster, and the Guided Arrow would pierce them, and then would hit them again, and would continually hit the target over and over and over again until the target was dead. And it could only pierce for a maximum of 5 times, which basically meant 6 hits. But in the grand scheme of things, 6 hits when you're pumping out Guided Arrows at a really fast rate is pretty impressive. The only characters that really could survive it were the max block paladins, and they would usually get stuck in a loop, a block loop. Now, just because it doesn't pierce anymore doesn't mean it's not useful. It certainly is a useful ability. This is Player's 8, by the way, just so you guys know. So this is a kind of like a fully decked out Amazon. And I have 2 bows. I got a Witch Wild String, and I also have a Wind Force here. But basically, when it comes to Guided Arrow, they have taken things away. They've added things. And one of the things that they took away from 1.09 back was its ability to go around corners. So Guided Arrow used to be able to go around corners. So, like, say for instance you had a bunch of monsters piled up on a corner like this. You used to be able to fire the arrow, like, around the corner, which is unfortunately not possible anymore. And it would hit the target around the corner. Now it doesn't really do that anymore, unfortunately. So when you try and shoot a monster around a corner, it just kind of fizzles out. It will still seek targets, which is, you know, kind of the whole Guided Arrow part of the Guided Arrow. But it doesn't seek around corners, which is sad. So you can't just, like, sit on the edge of a corner and shoot your arrows around the corner. It also has a tendency now to attack the elite monsters over the regular monsters. So notice we have a gargantuan beast here, and we also have a flame maim. If I fire the arrow, it will more likely hit one of the minions or one of the actual, like, elite bosses over just like the regular trash. In fact, it tends to choose its targets based on their elite status. This is something that's been in the game for a pretty long time. The minions, the elites, the champions tend to get hit first when it comes to Guided Arrow. Guided Arrow also has some other interesting mechanics in that it travels further than most arrows. It has a really long travel time, and I'm pretty sure that has to do with the fact that it has to seek down its target to hit it. So, like, say for instance I fired off a magic arrow, I can follow the magic arrow, and you'll notice it stops about right here at the rock. We can do this more scientifically here. Hold on. I'll stand right here at the edge, and we're going to fire the arrow, and we'll see where it stops. So the magic arrow stops right here at the little rock. And we're going to do the same thing with Guided Arrow. And you'll notice that I can't even see how far it travels. Like, I'm not fast enough to catch it. If I fire the Guided Arrow and I try to catch it, like, it keeps going off the screen for quite some time. Guided Arrow's maximum distance is 5.12 seconds, which is insane, especially considering most skills only have a distance of 2 seconds. So it is more than 2 times the distance of any other arrow in the game. So it will just continually keep going until it hits a target. Now, unfortunately, because of the nerfs that they did to its guidance system, I've noticed that a lot of the times when you fire the arrow, it won't sometimes target something. Like, especially if it's really far away from the point that you fired it. So, like, notice here, it just kind of tries to lock on, but then sometimes doesn't. Like, they're standing right next to me, and you would think that guided arrow would always lock onto the target, but sometimes it doesn't. And it seems to have to do with where you're clicking. So, like, if I'm clicking way over here, it's not locking onto the target. But if I click, like, right here, very close to the target, it is more likely to lock onto the target because the point at which I clicked seems to be near the monster that I'm going for. Which is a little odd. You would think it would just kind of target whatever, like, you know, that it wouldn't matter, like, where I'm clicking. But you can clearly see that this monster right here that's behind me, if my mouse is far away from me, it won't target him. However, when I bring my mouse closer to myself, at a certain point, when the mouse becomes close enough to the target, no matter where the target is, then it starts to seek the target. So, like, right now, you can clearly see there's a bunch of zombies over here. And there's even a spike fiend over here on this side. If I'm close enough to the spike fiend, it will auto-target him. But if I'm not close enough to the spike fiend, it will not. And it doesn't matter which way I'm facing, it just matters where my mouse is. Like, literally just where my mouse is at that particular moment when I'm firing guided arrow. And this can come in pretty handy because obviously, as you can see, I don't even have to be looking at the monster to target them. I just have to make sure that I've got my mouse close enough to where the monster is. So you could just kind of just keep firing over and over again. You can actually even fire at monsters off screen this way. So, like, you can see the zombie is, like, right there. All I have to do is make sure that my mouse is close enough to where the zombie is in relation to where I'm firing. And I'll still hit the targets. And you can clearly see that I'm hitting the targets by the life and mana leech going off above my head. So here we've got the blight maim, so we're going to fire like right here, and the arrows just make a 90-degree right-hand turn immediately into him. This also kind of works negatively with knockback. So a lot of people don't realize this, but since the exact place where you're firing from is so important with how the way that guided arrow locks onto its targets, if you're knocking back the target, then that means that eventually the target is going to leave the radius of where you're clicking, and it will stop guiding in on the target once they are outside of that radius. So having knockback with guided arrow is almost a complete negative in that regard, especially if the monster is particularly difficult to kill. Like, for instance, if you're fighting something that is going to take you more than like 10 or 20 arrows, you're going to knock them back eventually outside of your range, and then you're going to have to run forward, you're going to have to find out where they are, and then fire again. And this is bad because, well, guided arrow doesn't even need to be on the screen. That's the beautiful thing about guided arrow, is you don't even need to be on the screen with the monster. You can literally just fire at the edge of the screen because it has such a long travel distance, and you can just hit the monsters anyway. So you can fire for almost complete safety in this way. But with the addition of knockback, it kind of ruins it and makes it so that you really can't do much. Now, granted, if you have a wall or something, you can knock them back against. It's great. Guided arrow also always hits the target. This is one of guided arrow's best features. It is a lot like smite. So smite is going to always hit a target no matter what. However, the monsters that can block attacks will still block attacks. So keep that in mind with guided arrow. Even though it does have a 100% hit chance, the monster can still block it. As we were talking about earlier with the situation with the block chance on the paladin, and he would get locked in the block chance from the 1.09, it does make it so that the character can, you know, obviously get super locked into a block stance in the old version. But now you're pretty much just relying on the fact that, you know, you want to hit them all the time, and sometimes it doesn't work. Some of the bosses, specifically like Diablo, Bale, and whatnot, actually have pretty high block chances, and it'll be denoted by an X. So when you're firing at the target, you'll see an X appear instead of a hit. And that basically means that he's blocked the attack. Because there's no other way that you can miss with Guided Arrow. It is a guaranteed hit ability. And if you see that X, you know that they blocked your attack, basically. And it is rather annoying because some monsters have an extremely high block chance. I've actually seen it with Bale specifically. He will just block like 75% of your attacks. So I don't know if that's actually his block chance because I haven't researched it. But I swear, he blocks so many guided arrows. Recently, though, they added a very nice damage multiplier on guided arrow. So we have the 12% multi-shot synergy, which is recent. So now if you beef up multi-shot to its maximum, you get a very nice 12% times 20, which is going to be a pretty huge, 240% increase to the damage on multi-shot, which is really, really good. And the damage of multi-shot isn't really its main draw. Most people aren't super excited for a single target damage ability that they can run around killing single targets with. The main thing is just that guaranteed hit. And what they use the guaranteed hit for is things like Crushing Blow and Open Wounds. So if you are dishing out damage to a single target, like for instance Uber Diablo, maybe you're in Tristram and you're fighting Pandemonium Diablo, maybe you're fighting Uber Bale, Uber Mephisto, like Iswal, Uber Iswal, things like monsters that generally have large amounts of HP. Open Wounds and Crushing Blow are insanely good on those specific targets. So having an ability that will always hit is absolutely amazing for specifically that. And that's generally what Guided Arrow is used for, is those monsters that are very, very difficult to kill, where you wouldn't use multi-shot because multi-shot has a damage penalty. It also doesn't really even apply your Crushing Blow and Open Wounds half the time, depending on which arrows are hitting the target. Strafe, while it is an exceptionally good ability for multiple targets, because it hits up to 50 times in total, which is kind of insane, because it fires 10 arrows at 10 targets, and each arrow can pierce up to 5 times, and then there's the 6th additional hit at the end, so it will literally dish out a massive amount of damage to multiple targets. It still, however, misses a lot, and so it's not really the greatest in terms of single target damage, and it doesn't also apply the Crushing Blow and Open Wounds nearly as much as Guided Arrow does because Strafe is missing a lot. But as you can see, the damage is comparable between the two. We got 5,189 on Guided Arrow and 5,270 on the Strafe. So it's decent in terms of comparability, but with the fact that we can always hit with Guided Arrow, it makes it the better boss killer just in general. Unless you can pretty much say for certain that you're gonna like almost never miss, the boss. I do find that Strafe is extremely good for proccing effects though. So if you're trying to proc an effect like Amplify Damage, maybe you've got Frost Nova on your bow using an Ice Bow or some other really cool things, Strafe is definitely the better one in terms of proccing effects. The other thing is that maybe you're not a physical boson. So not everybody is a Fizz boson. Maybe you're a Frost Zon, maybe you're a Exploding Arrow Zon, maybe you're a Immolation or something like that. You don't necessarily build a lot of attack rating and things like that with things like Freezing Arrow or Exploding Arrow because you don't really need a huge amount. And so Guided Arrow is a really good choice because it guarantees you the hit in a situation where you're not really going to hit targets a lot. I think my Freezing Arrow Zon had like 8,000 attack rating, which was decent, but it's not enough to be hitting monsters like Diablo or Bale on a regular basis, who are much higher level than you, have really good defense, and also there are penalties involved when it comes to hitting them. So something like Guided Arrow is definitely going to have a much better chance on, say, for instance, a Freezing Arrow Zon than it would on, say, like a Strafe Zon. Like if you were a Strafe Zon, you probably would just be using Strafe because Strafe is your main ability. But if you're Freezing Arrows on, Strafe isn't going to do you very good because you just don't really have the attack rating and damage to take advantage of it. Whereas Guided Arrow is going to be a far better choice in terms of the boss killer effects. you know, applying your crushing blow, applying your open wounds, making sure you're actually hitting the target. Let's see here. I'm sure there's something I'm missing. That's right, mana cost. Mana cost does go down with level. I wanna say, but let's take a look at it real quick just to be sure. So we are at 8 mana to begin with, and it goes down to 6.2. So yes, it does decrease in mana cost as you level it up to a pretty nice 1.5 mana cost at level 27. I believe the mana cost reaches 0 at... where is it? It reaches 1 at level 29. So at level 29, we're looking at 0. There's any way I can get that a little bit higher. I don't really think so, not with the bows I have on me. Do I still have the Faith Bow in my inventory? Let's go grab that real quick. I believe the Faith Bow has the +2 bow and crossbow with the +2 skills. That should bring me up to 31. So there we go. Now we're at 0.5. And at level 32, I believe level 32 is the level at which it hits 0. So if you can get level 32 guided arrow, not only does it not cost you any mana, you're also going to be getting mana, obviously, from your mana steal. So it's a very good way to restore your mana as well. And I've done this in the past, like if I have a really high guided arrow and I run out of mana, a lot of the times, even if I'm using like freezing arrow or exploding arrow or something like that, I will use guided arrow to restore my mana, because you got to think, if you're firing an ability that costs 0 mana and you obviously have, you know, your like high mana steal, like for instance my freezing arrows on is like 16% mana steal, so I'm firing this ability that has no mana and I'm getting 16% mana back on the physical damage that it deals out, so it's going to restore my mana pretty fast. And then I can swap back to freezing arrow as soon as I'm done. So not only does guided arrow work very well as a boss killer, not only does it work very good for, you know, obviously seeking out targets from off screen and fires at a extremely long distance, it also works very well at high levels to restore your mana when you need your mana back. Because obviously at a certain point it essentially becomes a free mana cost ability, which means that you can use it for regeneration. On top of that, we also have the guided arrow synergies that were added. So guided arrow now gives a synergy to multi-shot, and it also gives a synergy to strafe. So whether you are a strafe Amazon or a multi-shot Amazon, you're probably going to be maxing out guided arrow at this point. And it's not necessarily a bad thing, because guided arrow is a great ability to have as a boson in your arsenal. There's really not a lot more to go over with this ability as far as I know. It does use regular attack speed, so you're basically like the same speed as your normal attack is the same speed as guided arrow. There are some items in the game which will give you guided arrow, which is pretty cool. 2 of them, there is the Mage Wrath rune bow, which gives you +3 guided arrow, and that is an Amazon only bow. At least I think it's an Amazon-only bow. Amazon-only skill, that's what I mean. It's an Amazon-only skill, which means only the Amazon can get the benefit of that +3. However, there is another bow in the game that will give guided arrow to any character that wants it, and that is the O-skill bow, Widowmaker. So if you are a paladin, a freaking barbarian, a sorceress, a freaking assassin, it doesn't matter. If you're a druid, you can put this bow on and it will give you +3 to +5 guided arrow as an O skill. Now, I have covered O skills in the past, but let me quickly cover what an O skill is. An O skill is a skill that is granted to you whether you are the character that owns it or not. So if I am a paladin, for instance, and I threw on the Widowmaker bow, which is a pretty common use of the Widowmaker bow, I would gain the guided arrow skill. And then any plus to skills that I have that are raw plus to skills, not class plus to skills. So for instance, the difference between the +3 Amazon on this Hellfire Torch and the +1 on the Annihilus is that the Annihilus will add to O skills, but the +3 Amazon will not. And for those of you who are smart like me and you've thought about this, and maybe thought, well, what if I put a +3 Amazon torch on a Paladin? Well, it doesn't work. I've tried that as well. So the O skills are only affected specifically by raw +2 equipment. Now, the guided arrow on the Widowmaker is absolutely amazing because it gives other characters the ability to use a guaranteed hit ability. So any character in the game can have an always hit ability with guided arrow. You know, whether you're a sorceress, a druid, or an assassin, it doesn't matter. And because guided arrow will transfer other effects, like for instance, say if you had Holy Freeze or Holy Shock, maybe you're a sorceress who's using dual dreams and you have lightning mastery. If you put on, well, you can't use dual dreams with a bow, but if you put on the Widowmaker and you fire the bow, it will transfer all that elemental damage to the guided arrow, which is one of the reasons that people use it on non-Amazon classes, is because it's a guaranteed hit that will apply that elemental damage. And it has a lot of uses in PvP as well. I believe, what was the name that that people like to use for the guided arrow paladins? The Strider paladins. Can't even remember the name of the character. There's a specific name that's been going around for a little while. The Murder Paladin or something. Like, they basically have maxed out Holy Shock or maxed out Holy Fire, and they basically run around firing the bow and dishing out tons of fire or cold or lightning damage or whatever particular element they're using. And since it's a guaranteed hit, with the exception of blocking, there's a very good chance that you're going to get hit by that massive damage spike. I think that's pretty much it. We've gone over just about everything I can think of for this skill. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, and I'm pretty sure the next one is going to be on Strafe. So I look forward to that one. And as always, keep watching. Alright, my girlfriend has sent me a message and let me know that the food is ready downstairs. So I'm going to go downstairs and get myself a bowl of goulash. And I'm going to eat it right here in front of you guys, because why not? And then we're going to pick this up on Strafe. We're going to do that one next. I'm starving, though. So, yeah, gotta go get myself something to eat. I'll be right back. Here, enjoy some good old live stream tunes while I'm gone. I'm back, but I'm eating. I'm gonna eat my goulash. I'm eating my goulash. I don't care what y'all got to say about none of it. Eat my goulash. Beautiful lady, if you're watching, my beautiful lady, not the beautiful ladies out there. Not that there's not a lot of beautiful ladies out there, but my beautiful lady. That was delicious. Oh my god. I'm ready to take a nap, boys. I don't know if we're continuing at this point. Oh man. That was delicious. Alright, let's move on to the next doojank, shall we? To the next doojank. Man, goulash is good. I like me some goulash. Y'all don't know. Y'all don't know. The goulash is so delicious. So good. So delicious. I lost a bunch of viewers while I was eating. If you didn't want to see me eat goulash, then what are you doing on this channel? This is where we eat goulash. This is the mukbang channel. Ginger mukbang. That's right. Ginger mukbang. Alright, let's get our information correct for Strafe. I already know most of it, but... Yep, I think I already know most of this one. This one might actually be a short one, because there's really not a lot to go over with Strafe. It's just an amazing ability. I will let you lick the bowl when I'm done, Cody. I'm not done. There's still some good stuff in there. I'm not going to lick the bowl before it's finished. I know it smells good. I know it does. Let's see. Somebody was asking for help with movers. Who was asking for help with movers? Wes? James, are you on ladder, Wes, James? If you're on ladder, I can come knock out the Ubers for you real quick. I have a Uber Slider, North Star. He's pretty good at it. Pretty good. Pretty good. Let me know. I'll come swing by and murder him real quick. It's up to you to prevent forest fires. Grumpy Pants, is there any payoff for crushing blow? 100% crushing blow? Which skill? I don't even remember. I don't even know which one you're talking about. For magic arrow, yes. For multi-shot, really no. For guided arrow, yes. For strafe, yes. 100% CB does work pretty good for those. But I actually just did a theory craft, by the way. So if you want to check that out, it's up where I did a 100% max CB build and played around with it. Dire Prism, yes. If one arrow misses, another arrow can get a chance to hit if they're both hitting the same target. Because the attack delay of 4 frames only applies if the monster actually hit. So it does kind of help guarantee a hit. Like if you have like a 50% chance to hit, and you do like a really tight cone, like there's a pretty good chance they're going to get hit by one of the arrows. If if they don't, I guess you're really unlucky. Thanks for the follow, Rolo. Appreciate it. Alright, let's get this video started so I can get Strafe out of the way, and then we're going to move on to some other abilities. Let me turn off the music, and let me get into this doojank over here. Alright, 3, 2, 1, let's go. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we're going to be looking at another Amazon ability. This one is the Amazon ability known as Strafe, and it's the last of the physical abilities that we're going to be looking at. All the rest of the abilities are pretty much elemental. Fire Arrow could technically be considered half physical, but it's still pretty much an elemental ability. Strafe is gotta be one of the coolest abilities in terms of proccing effects. To really understand how Strafe works, you have to understand the fact that it only uses up one arrow. So a lot of people don't know this, but when you fire Strafe, it doesn't matter how many arrows are fired from Strafe. Strafe actually only uses one arrow per use. So as you can see here, I have 500 arrows in my inventory here, my little bow doojank. And I'm going to fire one Strafe, which as you can see clearly shot 10 times, and only one arrow is missing from the pile. Which effectively means that when you are using Strafe, you have 10 times 500 arrows, which is pretty insane. You're basically looking at 5,000 shots with Strafe before your stack of arrows is completely finished. And if you have a really fast Strafe build, it will actually go a lot quicker than you think, because each use of Strafe is 10 arrows, and you can use Strafe multiple times within a minute and burn up a lot of arrows. But you're still only utilizing one arrow per Strafe shot as opposed to 10 arrows per Strafe shot, so it doesn't burn through your arrows that quickly. It does also function with the Pierce ability, which is something that you would definitely want with Strafe, because it's going to allow the ability to pierce through multiple targets and hit multiple times. In fact, let's just go ahead and max out these three right now just for demonstration purposes, and we're going to go somewhere like Frigid Highlands. And when you fire the ability, you will notice that it hits multiple times through the targets and allows you to get multiple shots off into those packs. So theoretically, if you were to hit a very nice group of monsters, like say for instance you were in the cows, you could potentially fire 10 arrows that could all pierce 5 times for a total of 50 hits with one piercing attack, with one Strafe. Now, Strafe fires arrows depending on how many targets are nearby, though. So, for instance, if you only have one target nearby, it's not really going to fire as many arrows as if you have 10 targets nearby. And also, it spreads the arrows out. So, as you can see in this scenario here, where we have multiple targets coming from multiple directions, we're firing our arrows all over the place. So each shot of Strafe has to go to each target, and so the boson looks absolutely silly spinning around on an axis, firing at every nearby target that you can hit. This does mean that when you're in a situation where you're surrounded, it definitely does less damage than if you're in a situation where the monsters are in a nice straight line for you. So as you can see, even here, when I'm firing at Shank, it's shooting at monsters that are off the screen, shooting at the catapult, shooting at everything nearby, which is certainly not helpful. But if you're in a situation where the monsters are all nice and neatly in a line, it does more and more damage. So you can get a pretty high DPS output in places like, say, Arcane Sanctuary, where all the monsters tend to be on a nice straight pathway, so you have less spread involved, and so you're firing your shots directly in a nice little line. And of course, knockback works with Strafe, crushing blow works with Strafe, open wounds works with Strafe. In fact, Strafe is quite possibly the best ability in terms of proccing effects or utilizing specific mechanics like Deadly Strike, crushing blow, open wounds, and anything that has to do with like proccing an effect. Like for instance, there is a specific bow in the game called Witch Wild String, which has a 2% chance to apply amplify damage on targets. Witch Wild String is a great little bow, but 2% is not really a lot. It's a kind of a low percent chance. But you have to think about the fact that when you're firing Strafe, you have a 2% chance on every single arrow. So, and if you're firing in a straight line like this, and you're hitting multiple targets multiple times, that 2% chance actually doesn't seem so bad, because you inevitably end up getting it on one of the 50 shots per arrow that you're firing, which makes Strafe one of the most glorious abilities in terms of proccing effects. In fact, I have a specific Amazon that I built a long time ago to show this off. She is called the Procazon, and be prepared, because seizure warning, the Procazon very well is probably going to cause tons of flashing on the screen and everything else in the world. Now, what I did with the Procazon was I basically just made an Amazon with all the proccing items in the game, and she actually did work pretty well. Then I went a step further, and I actually made the Procazon have just like a whole bunch of really low-level proccing effects. The kind of silliness that only can be had with Hero Editor. But I just wanted to show, kind of like showcase, just how amazing it is when you have a Procazon with Strafe, is that literally you just proc effects just like non-stop. And so the Strafe ability is by far, I think, the best ability in the game for proccing effects. And you can build entire Amazons around this mechanic. You can put on, you know, bows that have proccing effects like Brand, Faith, which has the very nice ability to proc little skeletons which can run around. The Ice Bow has the Frost Nova on striking. The Brand Bow, which I'm not sure if she has in her inventory here, but the Brand Bow has Bone Spears on striking, which could be combined with other effects. You can utilize armors that have like twisters on proccing, or carrion winds, which have twisters on proccing. There's also Hellmouth War Gauntlets, which can proc, you know, like meteors and all sorts of other interesting things. And before you're done, like if you build a Zon specifically with these mechanics, you will notice that just like in general, like you're just spamming the abilities to the utmost degree. And like I said, I do have a video up of a legitimate version of this. The legitimate version has since gone to the wayside for my fireworks Zon. This is essentially my fireworks Zon, and I have several videos of her doing her fireworks with Strafe, which is one of the best uses of Strafe as far as I'm concerned. Now, Strafe has also had some interesting increases or fixes in the past couple patches. So in the previous versions of the game, so 2.3 and back, as well as Diablo 2 Lord of Destruction, Strafe had a weapon penalty, much the same way that Multi-Shot did. So Multi-Shot has a 75% damage weapon penalty, and it basically nerfs the damage that Multi-Shot does immensely. In fact, if you look at the difference between maxed out Multi-Shot and maxed out Strafe side by side, you'll see that Strafe is about 3,000 damage and Multi-Shot is about 2,000. And if we go over to our physicals on here, you'll see that the disparity between the two only grows. So if I swap over to Strafe and Multi-Shot, you'll see that the difference between the two is pretty massive. Multi-Shot doesn't get any damage per level, but it does get the guided arrow bonus. So we're still looking at like 4,770 and only 3,038 on the Multi-Shot. And this is rather interesting because what this means is that Strafe no longer has that huge, ridiculous penalty. It also now has a nice synergy bonus as well. So it gets 5% damage from Multi-Shot and 10% damage from Guided Arrow, which it did not before. This is something that has only recently been added. I think it was 2.5 or 2.4 or 2.4.3 or something like that. I get my patches mixed up a little bit. But when this was changed, it was a pretty huge buff for Strafe, just in general. And not only does Strafe obviously have that amazing ability to proc multiple abilities, like Crushing Blow, Open Wounds, and target effects, but now it also does a lot better damage, just in general. There's also an added little thing about Strafe that a lot of people don't know, and that is that Strafe actually applies an additional shot if you have a decoy out. So it actually applies 10 shots if you have no decoy. And if you have a decoy spawned, it will apply an additional shot, which is pretty cool. So it gives you a Strafe Zon a reason to be constantly spawning her decoys all over the place, because it's definitely going to make her life a little bit easier to have an extra shot from her bow. But while the decoy is up, she will always shoot one additional shot, because the decoy for some reason counts as a monster, even though she does not shoot at the monster, which means that she will still fire an additional shot for the decoy, even though she's not shooting at the decoy. I don't know why the decoy counts as a monster, but it does. I'm also kind of curious, because of this mechanic, if traps apply as a decoy. So traps on assassins also technically count as monsters, and it could be worth a test in the future just to see if perhaps traps cause an additional shot, or maybe multiple additional shots, because you can have, what, up to 5 traps at the same time, to come out at any given moment, which is pretty cool. As you can see, I don't really have a lot of proccing effects, but I do have the Hellfire Torch with the 5% chance, and as you can see, the Hellfire Torch is proccing pretty much all the time with 5%. Even the Witchwild String with only 2% chance, you'll still see proc on a regular basis, which is actually pretty impressive. And also things like Atmoscarab. I mean, there's tons of proccing items throughout the game, which can definitely come in handy. Now, this is Players 8, by the way. I always want to make sure that I say that, because a lot of people will see the speed at which I'm killing monsters and kind of like infer that the ability sucks or something. But on P8, most abilities tend to slow down, and Strafe is not, like, you know, an exclusion to that rule, or an exception to that rule. It's something that's going to happen. If I change this to P1, for instance, and we were to go and kill some monsters real quick, you will see a pretty massive difference between Strafe's potential in P1 versus P8. Let's go to River Flame real quick, and I'll demonstrate there. Hey, my amplify damage. Of course, this is with Witchwild String. Let me pull out the Wind Force, which is much higher damage, by the way. As you can see, pretty impressive in P1. It doesn't really have much issues. In fact, this particular build is a high CB build, which would obviously do better just in general with higher player count, because Crushing Blow tends to work better in higher player count. But if I were to be a much more high DPS build, which is a different build entirely, using things like Fortitude and not the Giant Skull, it would definitely be a much different story. P1 would just melt away, but P8 wouldn't melt as fast, because without the Crushing Blow and Open Wounds, I'm doing a lot less damage in P8. I think that's pretty much it for Strafe. Strafe used to have some interesting penalties to poison length, as well as cold length and things like that, but that was due to the penalty on the weapon damage. It doesn't have the penalty on the weapon damage anymore, and so none of those things matter. That's all in the past. If you are playing D2 LOD or an old version of Diablo 2 Resurrected and you haven't, you know, like, updated and you don't want to or something, and so you still have the Strafe with the weapon penalties, the data for that is on Amazon Basin if you want to look it up. But this is primarily for Diablo 2 Resurrected, so I'm going to ignore the weapon damage penalty. I think that's pretty much it for this particular skill, and as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching, and keep watching. Alright, so that's the Strafe ability finished. We're knocking these out of the park, my boys. We're knocking these out of the park. Knocking them out of the park. Doo-doo-doo. Knocking them out of the park. Whoa, 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 Kyle. Don't get your moderator status taken away. Whoa, whoa, whoa. 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 Oh, I don't have the chat enabled for this because it's because I'm recording the videos. I don't want all that stuff on there. Did the person ever respond who wanted me to do their Ubers? I do not see a reply from the guy asking for help with Ubers. Gavin, I'm starting a character with Diablo 2. Which character should I pick? I mean, it depends on what you want to do, Gavin. Do you want to be a melee character? Do you want to be a ranged character? Do you want to be a spellcaster? I can give you a good... I can give you a good, you know, kind of a thing if you know, if you've got an idea of what you're looking for. But I mean, if you just like, which character should I pick? I'm not gonna just throw feces at the wall and hope it sticks. That's right. I said throw feces at the wall. Sue me. Who said what? Who's getting banned? I'm gonna get my girlfriend in here. She'll banhammer some people, don't you worry. She likes to banhammer some suckers. She'll banhammer you into oblivion. Alright, let's go over a rather stupid ability real quick and get it out of the way, because I don't really like this ability, and I guarantee you I'm going to get a whole, like, 200 views on this video, like, max. Like, for its entire lifetime. It's gonna be, it's not, yeah, it's not. It's just, yeah, okay. So we might as well just get it over with. Alright. Let's eat some me, Mario. Am I beyond the ice sun yet? Well, she's level 99, Kyle, so yeah, she's pretty much finished. I got her to level 99, and yeah. You didn't see I hit level 99 on my ice sun? I'm working on my North Star Paladin now. My North Star Paladin is doing amazing, by the way, and frickin' kicks butt and takes names. And literally is probably one of the best builds I've made so far, just in general. I think all Fist of the Heavens Paladins and all Smiters should be North Star Smiters at this point. Like, I don't see any reason to make a regular Smiter, and I don't see any reason to make a regular Fist of the Heavens Paladin anymore. Like, unless you're PvPing, that's a whole different story. But if you're doing PvM, literally the North Star Smiter is like the perfect combination of the Smiter and the Fist of the Heavens Paladin, just perfectly meshed together. To the point where you literally can't even tell that he's not a Smiter, and you can't even tell that he's not a Fist of the Heavens Paladin, that he's literally just the perfect mix of both. Because he doesn't have any... There's no... what's the term? When you give something up to get something else... God bless it. Why did I always forget words? Words are hard. Is it expensive to make? No, it's not. It's not even. There's no expensive stuff in the build. Like the Astrion's Iron Ward, you can pick up for a Vex rune. It's way cheaper than a freaking Grief. The Haas is way cheaper than an Exile. The freaking the Drax, I think, are more expensive than the freaking Astrions. And the rest of the gear, not really all that expensive either. Can I quickly show him to you guys? Just want to see my spider.
You want to see my spider? You want to see a spider? You want to see my spider, guys? I got a spider. Come on down. Come on down to see my spider.
It's a good thing I built a whole video for the North Star Smiter right there. You can click on it and you can go there and you can go to do janks and it'll take you to the thing. And does that even work? Hold on. Dagnabbit. Why is my link not working? Let's try that again. Why do I keep trying to open it up in the studio? I don't understand. Stop opening the link in the studio. It's not a studio link, you turd. Okay, there we go. If you want a perfect ethereal Astrions, that's a whole different story, but you don't need an ethereal Astrions. It doesn't give you any damage output increase. And you don't need the damage on Astrions to be that high. You don't need attack rating. You're a smiter. You're not a zealer. That's a whole different story. If you're going to be a zealer, then you might as well do a zealer smiter or something. I don't know. I don't really feel like the smiter needs to use any other ability, so the ethereal version doesn't really matter.
Not in town.
All right. Let's get this out of the way because this ability's stupid and I don't like it. Hello guys, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities, except we're covering a really bad skill and most of you guys won't care. But it's okay, we still gotta cover it anyway, because if anybody out there is interested in this ability and maybe wants to build a character around it, or maybe they're new to the game, they need to, have a video that tells them how this ability works, so that they can figure out what they want to do with it, whether they want to build it or not. You can build it. I'm not saying that you can't, but there's just so many better choices. Cough, cough, magic arrow. And fire arrow is just a terrible choice in most regards. But let's go over the ability. Let's talk about why it's a terrible choice, and we'll go from there. First off, we want to talk about the range of fire arrow. So this is something that a lot of people don't consider when they're thinking about skills and abilities, is that every ability has a different range. So let's take, for instance, Magic Arrow, and let's compare the range to Fire Arrow. All right, so we're going to shoot Fire Arrow, and Fire Arrow goes pretty far off the screen. So both of them are going off the screen, which means we're going to have to chase them. So Fire Arrow stops. Of course, we got some monsters here. And they're immune to fire. I don't care. Die. Alright, there we go. Let's try this again with less interference. Alright, so we ended right here at about this little pile of levies here. So let's fire our magic arrow and let's see how far the magic arrow goes. As you can see, it disappears at about the same spot. So fire arrow has about the same range as magic arrow, so it has a travel distance of about 2 seconds, which isn't too terrible. And definitely is a hell of a lot better than cold arrow, which cold arrow for some reason has a travel distance of like nothing and goes like nowhere. Like, can you see the difference between the travel distance of cold arrow and the travel distance of fire arrow? Like, this one goes off the screen This one doesn't even make it to the edge of the screen. That's how bad it is. So Fire Arrow has a pretty decent range, which is certainly, you know, it's the same as pretty much every other ability, which is at least better than Cold Arrow, which has literally half the range of every other ability. Fire Arrow also converts physical damage into elemental damage, and this is both a good and a bad thing. What this means is that if you have physical damage, like for instance if you're utilizing a regular shot here, you can see my physical damage is 3,382, which means that Fire Arrow is taking a massive 81% of my physical damage and converting it into fire. So if we were to do that on a calculator real quick and try and figure out what the hell that is, we would have to take our 3,382. Now this is only physical damage, by the way, so we have to remove any elemental damage that we have of any source. And it's a little bit difficult to get all of your elemental damage removed because it will usually still show you elemental damage no matter what. But let's just cut off about 100 damage off of that because I probably don't have much. So 3,200 minus 81% is 2,592 fire, and we're left with a total of 608 physical damage. This is bad because, well, our life and mana leech are coming from the physical damage. So even though this skill only costs 3 mana, a lot of the times when you're shooting something like Fire Arrow, because it's consuming all of the physical damage that you're dealing pretty much, you get very little life and mana leech back, which can be an issue. We also have an additional attack rating on here, which is nice, so it does bring our attack rating up. And then we also have an additional fire damage, which is something that magic damage doesn't have. So the magic arrow doesn't actually give us an additional amount. It doesn't give us any additional magic damage. It just converts, and that's it. But Fire Arrow actually converts and also gives us a nice little bonus damage on top. So we get a 1,672 on top of the conversion, which means we're sitting at a nice 5,054, which isn't like terrible, but it's also fire damage. And fire damage isn't the greatest thing in the world anyway. Most monsters are immune to fire damage in Hell difficulty. It's one of the worst immunities. Thanks to the Sunder Charms, you could theoretically be using a physical and a fire Sunder Charm for this particular build, because obviously you are still a pretty decent amount of physical damage combined with the fire damage. And the thing about this ability is that it's not a elemental damage ability. I know, it sounds crazy, right? It doesn't make any sense that it's not a physical ability, not an elemental ability, because it says it's fire damage, right? The skill is called Fire Arrow, right? And it does fire damage, but it's actually a physical damage attack, which means that when you have low physical damage, you also get low fire arrow damage because it's converting your physical into fire. So if you don't have any physical to convert, then you're not doing any damage, which means that you don't want to use this with an elemental damage Zon. Elemental damage Zons don't tend to focus on fire damage. They tend to focus on, physical damage. They tend to focus on the fire damage, right? So if I was an exploding arrow Zon, I would be rocking things like negative enemy fire resistance, plus the skills, fire damage charms, things like that that are going to help out my exploding arrow. It's not going to help out my fire arrow because my fire arrow needs things like max damage charms, things like fortitude, things like deadly strike, and so forth and so on. So they're completely different builds entirely. The fire arrow is a physical damage Zon build, and the exploding arrow is an elemental damage Zon build. And so if I was going to be an exploding arrow Zon, I would never use fire arrow. It's just a terrible, terrible ability in that regard. The only time you can use fire arrow is if you're a physical damage boson. So you have things like wind force, and you're running like maximum strafe or something like that. You could potentially utilize fire arrow. And it's kind of silly because both fire arrow, cold arrow, and magic arrow are all physical damage skills which belong to physical damage Zons. Your freezing arrow Zon, your immolation arrow Zon, your exploding arrow Zon, your ice arrow Zon are never going to use these abilities for the most part. They might use magic arrow a little bit, but it's not going to be one of their primary effects. Now, there is a lot of ways that you can beef up the damage of fire arrow. Deadly Strike and Critical Strike will both apply before the conversion happens, which means that you can dish out a pretty massive amount of fire damage. For instance, you notice that I'm doing 3,382. Well, if Crit Strike applies, that gets doubled to 6,600 and so forth. And that is, of course, going to be much better. So like 6,700 damage is much better when it's converted into the fire arrow at 81%, which means we end up with a lot more fire damage than just 5,054. The other effects that are also applied before this are things like enhanced damage. So if you have a huge amount of enhanced damage, like say from a fortitude or something of that nature, it will also apply. The damage to demons, the damage to undead, all of this is applying before the conversion. So you get some really nice bonus damages that can be applied like behind the scenes. You're not really seeing it. And you get a lot of nice little conversions going on before the physical damage actually is converted into the fire. So the amount of fire damage that I'm doing, I can't see it. It's not on the sheet. I don't know how much fire damage my fire arrow is doing. I can guess. If I'm shooting at a demon, I've got, what, 350% damage to demons, 200% damage to demons, so I've got a nice, healthy 550% damage to demons here, combined with, of course, the double damage mechanic, which is going off in the form of Crit Strike, and before too long, I'm probably dishing out a decent, maybe like 10k, maybe 12k fire damage per shot. I'm not entirely sure on that. Like it's all like behind the scenes math. But here's the thing about this. It's a physical damage build, and I probably would be better off using a physical damage attack. Magic Arrow, which is the main physical conversion, converts to magic damage, and magic damage most monsters are not immune to. So if I'm comparing Magic Arrow to Fire Arrow in the same builds, so if I'm a physical damage Amazon and I have my character set up for physical damage, I would still probably rather choose Magic Arrow, because most of the monsters in the game are immune to Fire Arrow. They're immune to fire, which means I'd have to run a Fire Sunder. I'd have to get negative fire resistance on my equipment to make it worthwhile. Whereas Magic Arrow is not in that boat. Most monsters have no magic resistance, and most monsters literally are easy to kill with magic damage. So in regards to like which one you would choose as a physical damage zone, you definitely would choose the Magic Arrow over the fire. Especially since the Magic Arrow is converting 83% to magic, and gives you a really nice 40 min and 40 max damage bonus on top of that, which is going to help out your physical damage. And if you look at the two side by side, it doesn't seem comparable. So the Magic Arrow is 3,422, and the Fire Arrow is 5,054. But because most monsters are either immune or mostly immune to fire, Magic Arrow is always going to do more damage than Fire Arrow, unless you're specifically built to reduce the monster's resistance. So like if you had a Hand of Justice bow and like a flickering flame helmet and like maybe an armor with like 4 fire facets in it. But here's the thing about that. If you build your character elementally, you're reducing your physical damage. And by reducing your physical damage, you're reducing your fire arrow damage. So all that additional bonus damage that you're getting from adding in the facets and the flickering flame and all this other stuff is also in turn decreasing your overall damage output by decreasing your physical damage. So it just doesn't really seem like it's worth it. I think that's pretty much it for Fire Arrow. Could you potentially build a character around it? Yeah, you could. But I wouldn't. I would just choose Magic Arrow instead. It just doesn't really seem like it's a viable ability. You can't use Exploding Arrow with it, even though you still have to put 20 points into Exploding Arrow anyway. You can't use Immolation Arrow with it either, because you would have to build into the Fire Tree. So you're going to end up using either multi-shot, guided arrow, or strafe. And it's just a very cross-purpose skill. Building toward the fire will decrease your physical, and building toward the physical will make the fire less useful. And there's really no way around it. You can, of course, use things like conviction and lower resistance to help the fire damage of fire arrow. For instance, if you were to have like a lower res wand on swap, or maybe if you had a plague merc or an infinity merc, things like that, that will of course help the damage of fire arrow. And using the fire sunder will definitely help as well. But in general, you're going to have a hard time balancing the equation, balancing the physical damage requirements with the negative fire resistance requirements. And, you know, maybe somebody can come up with a build that utilizes fire arrow. But at the end of the day, you're still looking at an ability that is primarily fire damage, and it is primarily single target fire damage. And single target abilities, no matter how amazing they are, it's not really that great, because you're just like fire. Pink, 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 pink. Meanwhile, the sorceress is over there, destroys half the screen. The freaking lightning javelin is over there, throws one javelin into a group of cows. All the cows die. You know, the freaking paladin's over there shooting hammers and fists to the heavens, and everything's falling down. And what are you doing? You're over there. Pink, 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 pink. One target at a time. One target at a time. It just doesn't really work out that well. Especially when you have so many other multi-target abilities at your disposal as a physical Zon, like multi-shot, strafe, exploded arrow, freezing arrow, and even immolation arrow are all amazing AoE abilities that are much better than the fire arrow. And at that point, the fire arrow is relegated to single target killing, right? So which one would be a better single target killer? Fire arrow, magic arrow, or guided arrow? Because these are all really good single target shot abilities. And in my opinion, magic arrow is going to win the majority of the time because it's converting your physical damage into magic damage, which is something that you don't have to build for. You don't have to build negative fire resistance. You don't have to build, you know, like a conviction aura or lower resistance or anything like that. So it ends up being just a poor man's choice, just in general. And it even costs mana, whereas magic arrow and guided arrow literally get down to 0. Not sure if you guys have ever figured this out, but both magic arrow and guided arrow, when they reach a certain level, have a 0 mana cost, whereas fire arrow still costs 3 mana, and it converts most of your physical damage and steals your mana steal away. I think that's pretty much everything for fire arrow. If you have any questions, feel free to put them down in the comments. And as always, thanks for watching, and keep watching. Well, that was fire arrow. Not the greatest skill in the world, but as you can see, it does have some interesting single target damage potential. It's just very cross-purposed. Very cross-purposed. Thank you for the follow, Durnhelm. Appreciate it, man. Alright, this ability is over. Don't have to come back to this one ever again. Ever again, boys, and never come back here again. Not gonna do it, not gonna do it, no way. Maybe I'll make a fire arrows on just for fun one day. I'll just be like, alright, let's go, boys. We're gonna make a fire arrows on today. Alright, I'm gonna take a quick restroom break, and then we're gonna target exploding arrow and immolation arrow, and then we're gonna be moving on to the rest of the Amazon tree. I kind of want to blow the Amazon away today. What, you guys didn't want to hear the ball pit fart sound in the background? That was great. If you guys didn't catch that on the horror game marathon, you guys need to go watch the horror game marathon and listen to the ball pit fart sound. Alright, what are we working on next? Exploding arrow and immolation arrow. Do I have an exploding arrows on? I thought I did, but maybe I don't. I got the poison jabs on. There's Farty Sparty for you guys who are laughing at fart jokes. There you go, Farty Sparty. The best sorceress, Farty Sparty. Farty mix party.
It's a party, 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 bar. It's a party mix party.
It does not appear that I do have an exploding arrow Amazon. I do have one online, now that I think about it. Fart jokes are great. I don't care what nobody says. Alright, online. I can't remember what her name is. Her name is TNT. That's right. Look, she's naked. Naked. TNT as a dynamite. TNT are gonna win the fight. TNT got the power low. TNT. Hey, look, she can wear her equipment now. Steve. She got no equipment. Oh, she's a freaking no equipment. Oh, whoa. She got like nothing on. It's terrible. Give her a Soj. I don't know. She's wearing an Amazon circlet. She's got a crescent moon on. She's really not like optimally set up for this. She does got the fire damage charms though, which I guess is nice. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Shale.
I can't.
Oh, there's no socket in it? What? Do I got a socket quest left? So funny, Charles. So funny. So funny, I forgot to laugh.
Hello.
Hello, my darling. What do you see? It'd be fun to remake this character. Maybe we could do a theory craft real quick. You guys want to do an exploding arrows on theory craft? Theory craft out like the best possible exploding arrows on. Make that into a video too. Buttercup, 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 buttercup. TNT, it's a dynamite. TNT, gonna win the fight. TNT, got the power low. TNT, gonna watch me explode. Oh, no, my channel's now copyright striked. Way to go, Daniel. Way to get your channel copyright strike dead. I'm gonna get your channel copyright strike dead. Wow, that's tiny. Oh, and it's cropped too. Filters, edit filters, delete filter. Transform, fit to screen. There we go.
Cannot find your Diablo 2 folder. Please delete this video from folder manually. Meow 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 meow.
Those are actual sound effects, by the way. Alright, here, let's see here. I gotta look up the Amazon again. Amazon D2. How many skill points do you do? Alright, 2 times 94 plus 50 is 238 HP. Her mana is 1.5 per energy, or sorry, 1.5 per level up. So 1.5 times 94 plus 14, which is awful, is 155. I'm going to get this stuff out of the way before we start the video. Stamina is 1, so 94 plus 84 is 178. Her stat points are 94 times 5 plus 15, which is 485. And long finished all quests. And her skills are 94 times 1 plus 12 is 106. Not bad. I think that's pretty much it. Let's give her hell difficulty. Anything else am I missing? I think that's pretty much it. All right. So let's go ahead and get her started here. I'm going to go ahead and start this video, and then we're going to dive into it, all right? Hello guys and gals, and welcome. So today we're going to be doing a theory craft. This is going to be a rather simple theory craft. It's exploding arrow Amazon. Now in the past there definitely have been exploding arrow builds out there, and you can probably find some like floating around the internet. Let me give you a word of caution, is that ever since the Thunder Charms have been introduced, it's a bad idea to follow a lot of those builds. This is a build, is going to be a new build for the Exploding Arrows Amazon, basically on the premise of, hey, we can do things differently now. We need negative resistances. We can use the Thunder Charms. We can get conviction. We can do all sorts of interesting things that we potentially could not do before. All right, so the first item on this list is definitely going to be a weird one, and you guys are going to be like, what is that? Why are you doing this? That does not make, this does not compute. Stop it. This is going to be Hand of Justice. That's right, you heard me right. We're going to be using Hand of Justice. Hand of Justice is a weapon that is used specifically for dragon paladins. It also gets used in some sorceress builds, using fire mastery and things like that. But Hand of Justice, believe it or not, can also be made in a bow. A lot of people don't know that Hand of Justice can be made in a bow, but it can, in fact, be made in a bow. And because Hand of Justice has a pretty massive negative resistance on it, in combination with a very nice Holy Fire Aura, which will increase our damage output very nicely, even without synergies, it's going to be rather interesting. So we're going to have some fun with this. So basically, we have to convert this because I've never actually made a Hand of Justice in a bow before. So I'm going to give you a quick tutorial for those of you who've never used Hero Editor in this way. What you want to do is you want to take the item out of the slot and you want to put it into the item pickup slot right here. And then what you want to do is you want to go to General Edit of Items. And I'm going to have to bring this window up for you guys to see as well, because this is a separate window on top of the other windows. This one. There we go. All right, so in this window, what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to go to the window that says Item Code right here, this little item code window. And you're going to go down to where it says 32 items type code. And we're going to convert this to a different code, which is the matriarchal bow. We don't want to use the Grand Matron because it's kind of slow. So we're going to change this to the matte bow. And it's going to warn us that the socket of the bow may be screwed up when this is changed. So we need to go in there and we need to double check the sockets to make sure that the number of sockets is still correct. And as you can see, it got converted to 6, which is the wrong number of sockets. So for Hand of Justice, we need a 4-socket bow. We're going to save that. Then we're also going to go down to the magic effects, and we're going to add in the tab skills. So all Amazon-only bows have tab skills. So we're going to go to skills, then we're going to go to skill tab levels, and we're going to choose a bow and crossbow, and we're going to put the number 3 in there, which is going to give us our bow and crossbow skills. That's pretty much it for this. And once you have those things set up, you can click the close button. Don't click the X button because it'll screw you up. Click the close button right here. Let me take that off the screen real quick. All right, so now we have our bow, and it is sitting in the item pickup slot. Be warned that when it's in the item pickup slot, it can be deleted. So go ahead and make sure you place it. And now you can see we have our Hand of Justice matte bow socketed 4/4 And it is indestructible, which doesn't matter. That comes from the phase blade. We can remove that indestructible status if you want to, but it doesn't matter because it's a bow. So I'm not really going to bother. And I think that's pretty much it for the Hand of Justice. So now that we have our Hand of Justice, we are in good shape. We're going to go ahead and throw a Harmony Bow in our other slot here. Because those are absolutely great for the Vigor aura that it gives you. We're going to go ahead and add a Grand Matron Harmony Bow. It doesn't really matter. On top of that, I have put a lot of thought into this, and I feel like we're going to be using a Dragon Armor. Dragon is a interesting choice for this particular build. Although the Holy Fire aura does not add a lot to our physical attack, and the pulse damage is not particularly that, amazing, the interesting thing about having the Dragon Armor on this build is that it will stack with the Holy Fire on the Hand of Justice, and because of the way that Exploding Arrow works in an exponential damage fashion, it will actually be pretty sweet. So we're gonna roll with that. Then we're also going to add in a Flickering Flame Helmet, which is pretty much mandatory for the negative resistances. We could also potentially go with something like a 3-socketed magic circlet, maybe with like +3 bow and crossbow, and 3 facets. Could be an interesting alternative choice. But I think for right now, let's just do the Flickering Flame, and we'll play around with the other options later. So let me go ahead and do a Flickering Flame Bone Visage, kind of like the Bone Skull look. Let's go ahead and give her a cube real quick. I always like to put a cube on my characters. I don't like to build them without the cube. Let's give her a torch. This is all mandatory stuff that you're definitely going to have. Like, you're not going to build a character without a torch, unless you're just like a brand new starter character. If you're a brand new starter character, that's a different story, but you're going to have a torch on most characters that you build. It's not going to be a 2020, mind you, but it's still going to be a torch. Also, an Annie. Most people usually have an Annie at some point. It might not be the best Annie in the world, but they usually have an Annie. And then we're going to move on to our skillers. So we're definitely going to be running skillers. That's just the way it is. So you're going to want most likely a full inventory of bow and crossbow skillers. However, you don't really want the life skillers. For this build, what you would really want is the fire damage. And I'm not exactly sure how much fire damage is the maximum fire damage on a Grand Charm, so let's check that real quick. So D2 modifiers for Grand Charm. We want the suffix, so the max fire damage suffix that you can possibly have on a Grand Charm is 14. So 4 or 7 minimum, 14 fire. That would be the maximum that we'd be looking at. And that would give us a pretty healthy damage bump. So let's see if we can find that real quick. Damage. Fire damage. So we're looking at 7 to 14 is what we're looking at for damage. And you might not think that that's a lot, but as we get into this, you'll understand that that's actually a lot more than it seems. And you will see. You will see. That's all I can tell you. All right, and then we're also going to add in some fire damage small chamois as well, because those are going to add a pretty huge amount to our fire damage on this. Let's see if I can find a nice little fire damage charm. What do we got here? 26 to 42. Great. All right, so let's just go ahead and stack those in there. And that should be fine for that. Now we need our plus to skill equipment, so we need as much plus to skills as we can get. We're going to go ahead and throw Amara's in here because we really don't have a better choice for that. So, jewelry. Let's just go ahead and throw Amara's on. And let's also throw on a really nice Raven Frost, because we need the cannot be frozen. It's important. And to be honest with you, we're probably going to throw on a Soj on this other finger just to see what's going on here. We may also need to wear silk weaves, so let's go ahead and give ourselves some silk weaves right now. And for the gloves, we're going to need some special bow and crossbow gloves. I do believe I have some crafted bloods, which are very close to what I'm looking for. So let's just go ahead and grab these bloods that are Jav. Yes, they're Jav bloods. So let's change these to... number 1, we need Mana Steel. So let's change that to Mana Steel, 6%. I believe that's the maximum that you can ever get on gloves. And they need to be changed to bow and crossbow. Save, and that should do it. Yeah, now they're bow and crossbow with Mana Leech. For the belt, we're probably going to use the pretty standard belt, which is... Actually, you know what? I was thinking about this. We might want attack speed over other choices, because we really don't have a lot of attack speed on this build, do we? Yeah, we really don't have a lot of attack speed on this build at all. Nosferatu's Coil may be a better choice here. Let's grab a Nosferatu's Coil. We might have to actually check our breakpoints and see where we're ending up. We want to at least hit one of the higher breakpoints. And that might be an issue depending on our damage output, but we'll see. Alright. We may also need more Mana Leech than we currently have. I do believe there's a pretty good Mana Leech ring that's on another character. It's on Frostbite. Yeah, this one right here. Let's export this one to a file. It's called Shadow Grip. And let's open our other character back up. Our TNT. Let's give her a Shadow Grip so she has a little bit of Mana Leech, just in case. We're not really 100% sure how this is going to work out one way or the other, so it's nice to have. I've actually done quite a few of these, and several times I've done some builds where I forgot to give her enough Mana Leech, and it didn't really work out very well. Let's go ahead and pull in some merc equipment. So our mercenary is most likely going to be an Act 2 mercenary. I don't really see a lot of good options because she needs, well, she doesn't need the Infinity, but the Infinity will certainly help her out a ton. I think Infinity is probably one of the best options for this build. So let's go ahead and pull in an Infinity. And let's do a Man Catcher Infinity. Those are great. The Mercenary really doesn't need a whole lot because the Might Aura doesn't really matter. We might even use Holy Freeze. I think Holy Freeze might be a better choice for her Merc. So let's go with a survivability tactic instead of a damage output tactic, because I don't really feel like we even need him to do damage. Let's grab a Guardian Angel, an Eth Guardian Angel. I think that's a good choice for him. And we'll also import the runes that she needs to upgrade it. So Lemco and a perfect diamond. And then let's just import a, trying to think here, probably just a Andy's Visage, I guess. Well, actually, Guardian Angel doesn't really work unless you have the resistances to make it work, does it? In that case, you know what? Let's just go with a Chains of Honor. Because the Infinity doesn't have any lifesteal on it. And I still want him to hit that max resistance breakpoint. Let's pull in another piece of gear too, just in case. We're going to pull in a unique piece of armor, the Arcane's Valor. And we're going to throw a Fire Facet in it, just to see if that's any better than running the other. There we go, Fire Facet. Is there anything that I've missed here? I think I've got just about everything, so let's go ahead and save her. Let's transfer her over, and let's see how this works out. On to Diablo. Diablo is his name. Burbo, bepopo, people, copy. Butt scratcha, butt scratcha. Alright, play. All right. Actually, this is, hold on. Let me boot it up in the other one so I can respec if I need to. I know, I'm wasting you guys' time. Just wasting your time. Wasted it. Bing, 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 bing. I am Akara, the High Priestess of Buttholes. High Priestess of Buttholes, the Butthole Priestess I am. Don't tell me anything, oh yeah, 'cause I'm High Priestess. Yeah. Alright, so first things first, let's get our equipment actually set up so that we can see what the hell we've got going on. So we need 187 dex, which is pretty high, and we need a decent amount of strength. Not bad. Our mana is not bad. We're actually looking pretty good on stats. Resistances are kind of garbage, but that was to be expected. Zons don't really need super good resistances anyway, so I'm not really worried about it. Let's go ahead and put our traditional 1 point in each of these, which is kind of mandatory. 1 point in each of these, which is also kind of mandatory. We're going to obviously be maxing out Exploding Arrow, so let's go ahead and grab Exploding Arrow and throw 20 points into it, which is important. We also need to throw 20 points into Fire Arrow for the synergy for Exploding Arrow. And then we also need to throw 20 points into Immolation Arrow because, quite honestly, Immolation Arrow is actually not bad now. So we're going to want to play around with that as well. And because we are strictly going to be a Fire Zon, we're not going to be a Melee Zon, or a Physical Zon, or a Cold Arrow Zon. we have a lot of points to spend. I would like to get guided arrow, so we're going to put a couple more points down here so we can get the guided arrow. And we might as well throw one in Strafe since we're here. We're here anyway. And we're going to max out Immolation, which still leaves us with a healthy 35 skill points left over. And we've got a pretty decent amount of skill points left to do what we want. As an exploding arrow Amazon, attack rating is actually an issue, so we are going to want to build penetrate. We do want to make sure that our pierce is as high as we can possibly get it. So these two may be our main concerns. Let's go ahead and grab a Valkyrie though, because we're definitely going to need a Valkyrie. And probably going to have to bring her up to a decent level. So I'm going to assume at least about like level 17. So let's go ahead and grab a level 17 Valkyrie, which leaves us with 22 points left. Let's try and get our pierce up to an acceptable level. We got 11 points. Let me see what my attack rating is real quick on exploding arrow before I go too high. So 6,756, not really all that great. So we're definitely going to want penetrate. So let's just dump the rest of our points into penetrate. And we got 8,142. It's not bad. Not terrible. That should be enough for what we're building. There's also ITD on the bow, so we won't have to worry too much about the trash mobs, but we will have to worry about the elites and stuff like that. Hand of Justice having the ITD is pretty handy. Let's see here. We also have the dual dragons, which is coming in handy for our explosive damage, the holy fire aura. Let's go get our merc set up real quick. So we're going to want a Holy Freeze Merc. I can't really see a lot of other options. We could potentially do a Blessed Aim Merc if we wanted like some more attack rating. But between the two, I feel like the Holy Freeze Merc is going to be the better choice. One of the issues that the Exploding Arrow Amazon has, that the Freezing Arrow Amazon does not, is issues with crowd control. So she's going to need the Holy Freeze, whereas the Holy Freeze Amazon does not.
I'll put that to good use.
The Infinity is not ethereal. Oops.
I'll put that to good use.
That's okay. He'll be fine. I think he'll be all right. Let's see. So we're sitting at 0 lightning, 80 fire, 30 poison, and 0 cold. We also need to go get the Fire Sunder, which I don't know. Is that that's a giant Thresher Infinity. It's not ethereal though. I can't remember who has my Fire Sunder. Who has the Fire Sunder? Do you have the fire? Oh, he has the Fire Sunder. Hydra, I think. He does. All right, there we go. So now we got our Fire Sunder, which is important to this build. Without the Fire Sunder, it doesn't work. And we lose +1 to skill. Sadness. All right. Just as a, I kind of want to see. Oh, I can't use the bow without the. I didn't know it had. Oh, it has +3 to all attributes. Wow. Wow. So notice that the Holy Fire Aura is actually adding a pretty decent amount. We're going from, what is that, 2,754 to 2,934 for from 2,934 to 3,258. Now, it might not seem like a lot, but it actually multiplies out really nicely, and we should have a lot of fun with that. I am kind of curious, though, if fire facets in a helmet would just be better overall. I don't know. Thanks for the follow, Fleefly94. Fleefly, that's a say that 5 times fast. At this point, we can pretty much just dump all of our points into Vitality. It's not really that big of a deal. And we should be dishing out some pretty impressive damage. I kind of want to bring a calculator up and actually like multiply this damage out so we can figure out like what kind of damage output we're looking at. All right, so let's run these numbers real quick, shall we? So we are dishing out 2,735 plus 3,258 divided by 2, which gives us an average damage output of 2,996, which we might as well just round off to 3,000 because it's so close to 3,000. Why not? So we're doing about 3,000 average damage per shot exploding arrow. The exploding arrow is, of course, able to hit 3 times, so it pierces. It goes through, obviously, 3 times. So we're looking at 3,000 times 5. So it's about 15k per shot, and then, of course, we can hit every monster within that cluster. So say if we had, like, 30 monsters within the cluster, you know, we're looking at some pretty serious damage. Like, if it hits all 30 monsters, we're looking at about 450,000 damage a shot. I believe we were about 2.77 shots per second, so we're looking at about 1,246,000 damage on average. The physical damage and also the fire damage on hit is not being added in either, and that also means that we have some additional damage going on there from that. The immolation arrow is a different beast, and it does actually have some pretty nice explosion damage as well, so we're going to have to test that out. All in all, we should be looking at some pretty sick DPS output. And let's make sure we're in Players 8. And you know what? Let's go to the Exploding Arizon's favorite place in the entire world, which is Far Oasis Maggot Lair. That was a fire immune monster, by the way, that I just obliterated out of existence. That was pretty good for negative 34% enemy resistance. Oh no, my lack of lightning resistance. That is pretty impressive for P8, I'm not gonna lie. The blinding effect on this bow is really nice too. I didn't consider that when I originally was using it. I'm actually not even using the exploding arrow. So... Oh yeah, that's right. On the harmony bow. It's pretty nice. The Hand of Justice makes a nice exploding arrow bow. It really does. It's impressive. I got a jewel, and I got no ID scrolls, because I'm terrible. Yep, this is like playing my Frost Zon all over again, except she doesn't make monsters explode. And I still have Freeze's target because it's on the bow. The Hand of Justice has a cham in it, so it's still freezing targets anyway. Alright, where's my maggot layer at? That's what I'm trying to find. Maggot layers, maggot layer, maggot layer, maggot layer, maggot layer, Bilbo Baggins' house. That was just disrespectful. I'm sorry, Bilbo Baggins. That was just disrespectful. Her P8 clear speed is honestly amazing. I'm not even gonna lie. She's just walking through most of these monsters. When they're densely packed, they just melt. I mean, single targets, yeah, she's not doing like super amazing versus the single targets, but she's demolishing pretty nicely. Look at all the Hydras popping out, too, from the Dragon armor, because the Dragon has the 12% chance to cast level 15 Hydras. So she's literally just spamming Hydras. Might be a good idea for me to just, like, throw Strafe on, so I can spam some Hydras every now and then. Just for lulz. Where is my maggot layer? She faster than my Freezon? I don't know. I think the damage output is about the same. I want to say it's about the same, but she doesn't have the crowd control, which is definitely a big negative. But here's her favorite place in the whole world. Watch this beauty. Look at all the monsters all nice and neatly lined up in a row. Hold on, let's get another. Y'all see how ridiculous that is? What was that, 1 or 2 arrows down the hallway and everything was dead? Literally everything. And this is P8, by the way, so would add a little bit of extra damage. In fact, enchant would be a good addition to this build for sure. Oh wow, 250 defense demon head. Holy crap, that is some sexy. It's too bad this isn't online. I would totally take that and make a merc helmet out of it. That is some insanely high level defenses for a frickin' demon head. Alright, let's try Immolation Arrow down here. I'm kind of interested to see how Immolation Arrow does. So the interesting thing about Immolation Arrow is that it also explodes. So it does 3,501 explosion damage, whereas Exploding Arrow only does 2,432. Now the difference between the two is that Immolation Arrow is on a timer, so it can only be fired like once every 0.6 seconds, which means you don't really get as much out of it as you do Exploding Arrow, because you can spam Exploding Arrow. You can't really spam Immolation, but you can use it in these interesting situations where you have a bunch of monsters all nice and lined up, and you can get those nice firewalls all over the place, which is pretty cool. Honestly, on bosses, I feel like Immolation Arrow would definitely be the superior choice. And as you can see, being able to throw that freaking ridiculous firewall down the corridor like that is kinda insane. I think we have demonstrated Maggot Lair enough and why this Zon absolutely demolishes Maggot Lair from existence. Let's go test her out in Chaos. Chaos sounds good. There's lots of fire immunes in Chaos. I think it's a more wide open area, a little bit more generally played zone, right? So let's get an idea of how well she does in Chaos.
I know.
P8 Chaos at that. Are we gonna test some cows too? Yeah, we can do some cows. Come a little closer now. Not bad. Not bad at all. You know, it's rather interesting that unlike with Freezing Arrow, for instance, unlike with Freezing Arrow, I don't have another attack. So, like, with Freezing Arrow, I don't have another attack. I don't have anything. I've got just Freezing Arrow. Ice Arrow sucks. Cold Arrow is garbage for that build. And in general, like, there's nothing else for me to shoot except for Freezing Arrow. Whereas in this example, Exploding Arrow is great, and Immolation Arrow is great. And it gives me something else to fire other than the normal garbage attacks. Now, one thing I have noticed when I played my Freezing Arrows on, and it's also true in the case of this particular character, is that as you're fighting smaller groups, it's not worth your time. Like, I would often find myself basically making the smaller groups run toward the bigger groups so that I could get more pierces off and I could dish out more damage. Because the more monsters that are on the screen, the more damage I'm doing. Whereas when I'm fighting those single groups, those like 1 or 2 monsters that are off by themselves, it's just slow and unwieldy, and it doesn't really work out very well. So it's much better for me to bring those big groups, those small groups, to the big groups, and then kill them that way. Because the exponential damage doesn't really work to my favor in the little tiny groups. Yeah, the Fire Zon definitely has a little bit more single target damage, it feels like, than the Ice Zon. That's for sure. I think that's one benefit that we can say right off the top, is the single target damage is a little bit better. I mean, especially if you consider the fact that the fire is just under his feet, just, you know, burning away, essentially. The crowd control is definitely a lot less on this particular character, though. As far as CC goes, the Frost Maiden has this character beat by miles. I had to use, obviously, the Holy Freeze Merc, and if I hadn't used the Holy Freeze Merc, things probably would have went really badly for me. I'm already noticing, like, an issue. Let's get the Valkyrie out and get her in the mix as well. I'm also noting that it's a little bit harder to line up the shots and get the kills as opposed to the Freezing Arrows on, which I played for 99 levels. One of the things about the Freezing Arrows on is she freezes everything. So you can freeze an entire column of monsters and then move around and then hit the column, you know, in the line, so you're getting the most optimal damage. Whereas with this character, the monsters are wiggling around and moving everywhere, and it's making it a lot more difficult for me to get those optimal lines. I mean, this monster right here is fire immune. He's fire enchanted, so I know he is. And that's a pretty decent kill speed for a fire immune monster. I can't help but feel like there are definitely some tweaks that could be made to this to make it work better. First off, Flickering Flame, while it is nice, I really feel like a three fire-faceted helmet would be a better choice. On top of that, I also feel like, as nice as the dragon armor is in adding additional fire damage, again, a fire facet would probably be superior here. In fact, let me go back to town, and I'm going to swap out really quickly to the Arcane's Valor, if I can. It's 165 strength. Might not be able to hit that number. Hit the number! Trying to think here. Probably have to respec her a little bit for this. Let me go ahead and do that real quick just for lulz. Because I want to see how much more or less the damage is with the +2 versus the Holy Fire on Dragon. So I'm going to have to do a respec to check that out. Let's also do a little bit of a test here, and let's max out Pierce and Penetrate. So our damage has kind of remained about the same, 3,293. It's about the same, isn't it? So the +2 skills and the fire facet versus the extra damage from the Holy Fire, it seems like it balances out. I also think that the negative resistance on the facet is going to kind of like usurp in general, because it's going to give me a little bit more negative res, which is going to put me at -39. Which I think just in general is going to be a much better choice. So let's play around with the -39 versus the -34. Of course, my resistances to fire is now 17. Where is my immolation? Well, a J-mod with 4 fire facets might be the optimal for this build. In fact, fire facets all around might be the optimal way to build this character. But, of course, a J-mod with 4 fire facets is pretty hard to come by, which is why I usually don't put them in the builds. Certainly burn through some arrows, though, don't I? I'm kind of interested to see how quickly she kills, like, Diablo. Although she's probably going to get her butt kicked because she's got no resistances. What the hell is my mercenary doing over there licking paint? Come on, buddy. Get in the fight, my friend. Champion Venom Lords are a bit tanky. I'm gonna need them potions, man. I'm gonna need them dang old potions. You know what I'm saying? Alright, let's get to Diablo, and then we'll go test out cows, too, just for fun. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. No, my mercenary don't die. No, my mercenary. P8 infector's taking a while, but I didn't expect him to not take a while. He's always immune to fire, so this is the boss that I was really hoping to test this on. So even the immune to fire Venom Lords aren't like impossible to kill. I mean, Infector's almost dead already. Have a little bit of trouble with the piercing. The immolation arrow definitely comes in handy on the single targets. That's for sure. If you can get them to stand still, definitely works on the single targets. Must have forgot a seal over here. Boom, 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 boom. Go grab my merc before I kill Diablo and see if he can actually survive.
I can't.
I don't think that single target is going to be this character's greatest amazing thing. In fact, my my freezing arrows wasn't very good at single target either, so this might be painful. Pain, my friend, pain. I'm getting lots of potions in anticipation of the pain. In anticipation of the pain. I don't want to make it rain. So come on down to Pain Town. Ah! I'm gonna do immolation arrow spam. Not stopping for a moment, sit in the flames and burn. Yes, you might be Diablo, but my fire burns. Burning. That was actually surprisingly fast. That was really kind of nice. For P8 Diablo, he melted. That was insanely good by comparison to like how my frickin' freezing arrows killed Diablo, which was not good. I didn't even need all these potions. Look at me. Got a frickin' Wally Eyeless over here, or whichever one it is. Alright, let's go do cows real quick, and then we'll wrap up this theory craft. And I think we're pretty much a success. I mean, yeah, we could add some interesting other items, like some really high dollar things, like a +3 bow and crossbow circlet with 3 sockets and 3 fire facets. We could also add in something like a J-mod armor with 4 perfect fire facets. That could also be an interesting choice. I mean, there's a lot of little things that you could do, little beefy tanky boy things, like expensive things that would definitely help you out. My resistances are pretty garbage, which is also an issue. I don't usually worry about resists that much on Zons because honestly, it's not usually that big of a deal. I might stack some more points into the evades to try and help prevent myself from dying a lot. That would definitely be nice. Moo. Moo 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 moo. Moo 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 moo. Moo. Alright, let's see how she does in the cows. I am rather interested in this, whether she does okay in the cows or not. I mean, it's high density. I'm also a little bit worried about her crowd control abilities, though. I think she might have some issues with crowd control. But other than that, she should do okay. Let's go ahead and grab a Valk. Not bad kill speed for P8 cows. That's actually surprisingly good. I haven't even fired an immolation arrow yet. I think immolation arrow is by far the higher damage ability, but you can't fire it as much, so you kind of just like weave it in. Yeah, kiting the group and firing like into the pack is probably the best way to do this build. Getting them all nice and tightly grouped up together so you can get the highest output. Problem with that though is the merc usually dies. It's not bad at all. Like, it's really not bad, like, as far as damage output goes. The blind effect is definitely helping with the crowd control a lot, and I didn't really expect that. Like, she's definitely a character that has issues with crowd control. Like, exploding arrow is not the greatest in terms of her crowd control functionality. But the blinding effect on the bow combined with the freezes target effect on the bow actually works out pretty nicely for crowd control, and then tack on a little holy freeze aura and you're in the money. Like, it's actually not bad at all. I'm impressed. Crowd control wise, you know, she's got enough that she doesn't have to really worry all that much, which is really what you're looking for. You don't want to be constantly running around, because if you're constantly running around, you're not DPSing. Like, if you just got a kite all the time, then, you know, you're having trouble stopping and actually firing attacks. That's where things get silly. You know, like, okay, well, I can't even really stop to shoot, let alone get my full, you know, 2.77 shots per second or whatever. And honestly, the immolation arrow works really good in tandem with exploding arrow now, with the negative res and the sunder charm, of course. You just fire that first, get your nice little fire effect under their feet. Does a nice little little AoE explosion. Oh, here we go. We got an elite cow. Doomhack the Cold. Doomhack the Cold is dead, and he is no longer cold. He is very warm and toasty at that. Yeah, definitely a liberal use of the decoy also would help a lot. In fact, the extra points might even go into decoy and Valkyrie. I think that would be a good choice. What am I doing? Pick the arrows back up. Looks like Strafe is useful to build my mana back up if I'm ever out. It definitely seems to be at least building back enough of mana to be useful. There's also seems to be a little micro stun. I'm not sure if you guys have noticed this, but like when the monsters get hit by the explosion and the damage is high enough, it seems to cause like a little kind of like a, you know, like a faster recovery animation to play. I guess why I call it a micro stun. And you see it every now and then. The monsters just kind of like reel back a little bit. You know, they're just like, ugh. And it's a very brief respite, but it's enough sometimes to cause the monsters to kind of like pause for a second. It's not bad. It's not bad at all.
I can't carry anymore.
Wormhide boots. Doo 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 doo. I think this one is definitely a success. She works just fine. I mean, there are definitely some ways that you could potentially increase her resistances more. I mean, 0% lightning and 0% cold and hell difficulty isn't, like, awful. I've seen people with lower into the negatives. So it's kind of interesting that we're literally sitting at exactly 0. But, I mean, some cold, you know, resistance charms in here instead of fire charms could lower your DPS output but increase your overall survivability. Maybe even adding in an all resistance ring instead of the Soj. Like for instance, I have a 10 all res ring that's sitting in my stash that could be a good choice. Mara's may not necessarily be the best choice, but it's a choice. And like I said, Flickering Flame also might not be a good choice. But without the Flickering Flame, we're sitting at negative 75% fire resistance, which is pretty awful. So it's kind of like almost a mandatory thing if you're going to be running the Fire Sunder. Granted, we could get a 5% better on the Fire Sunder, but still 5% isn't really that big of a deal when you're looking at negative 70. Mana seems to be doing just fine. I'm actually pretty impressed with that. I think it's just due to the nice piercing effect that we've got going on, combined with the ITD. It seems to be working okay. We also have the 20% deadly strike on the bow, which does come in handy to give us a little bit of extra physical damage so that our mana is regenerating better. Alright guys and gals, I think that's pretty much it for this build. It definitely is a success, thumbs up. Could totally do just about most things with this build. I wouldn't say you could do Ubers with it, but you could maybe help do Ubers with it. As always, thanks for watching, and keep watching. Hey, woo. Alright, so this one's finished, and we could maybe do the exploding arrow and the immolation arrow videos real quick. Get those out of the way. TNT, it's a dynamite, and TNT, gonna win the fight. TNT, got the zone so high. TNT, gonna fire exploding arrows. I'm getting sweaty up in here. I think I might have to take off the hat. I love Virginia, man. Freaking, like, it'd be freaking negative 20 one day and then, like, freaking 70 degrees the next. Ain't nobody's AC or freaking heat systems keeping up. Three, two, one, let's jam. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Yes. We've been going over a lot of Amazon abilities lately, and today we're going to be going over the Amazon ability Exploding Arrow. Exploding Arrow is an ability that was always kind of decent, but because it was fire damage, was kind of lackluster, just simply because most monsters in the game are immune to fire, which is a pretty big issue. However, it does have some very interesting parallels to Freezing Arrow, which I've covered recently, due to the fact that it explodes, has a nice little radial effect, causes damage to all monsters nearby, and can pierce multiple times, exploding again, and dishing out more damage to multiple monsters nearby. Now, I just did a theory craft, which may or may not already be up. I can't remember what order I'm going to post them in, but we shall see. And basically, I made this Amazon. This Amazon is my theory craft on what would be kind of like a perfect exploding arrow Amazon, using Hand of Justice bow, flickering flame, Arcane's Valor, some nice bow and crossbow skillers, and so forth and so on. Now, you might notice that it says 2,737 exploding arrow damage, but on the ability here, it says 3,293. So why is there a difference in the damage written here and the damage written here? The answer to that question is because any fire damage that you have from any source is added into the explosion, okay? So if you have fire damage on a charm, if you have fire damage on a small charm, if you've got fire damage on your bow, like for instance the level 16 Holy Fire Aura, when equipped, adds into this, and you can clearly see it add, by the way, if you take the bow off and put it back on, you will clearly see the damage go from 3,104 to 3,293, which is the fire damage being added to the explosion. So every single bit of fire damage that we have is getting added into the explosion and is causing the explosion to do even more damage, which is very, very nice. And it's multiplicative. So the more damage we have on the explosion, and the more explosions we have, and the more targets that we have nearby, the more damage we do. To the point where eventually, like say for instance, if you were firing an exploding arrow into the cows, for instance, you would have a massive amount of damage, probably around 1.3 million damage per second, which is pretty darn awesome. And to give you guys an idea, let's go to Frigid Highlands real quick, and I'm going to show you my player count before we get started, so you know what player count we're on. So we're currently on P8. And we're going to go down here to Shank, and I'm going to give you an idea of how quickly this damage adds up. Because Shank always has this nicely grouped group of monsters. And as you can see here, we get all these nice little explosions as we're shooting our arrows through to Shank. And Shank is getting absolutely annihilated with his group. and it doesn't really matter. We also have our immolation arrow, which we can fire 2 at our single targets, which is nice for exploding arrow. And even in P8, it does pretty well. And this character's not even really set up for defense. She's really just set up for offense. Now, single target, it's not really going to do as much. And that is a big downside to the exploding arrow. You're really only going to get the 3,200, like 2,700, 3,200 per shot. Plus your physical damage and the fire damage that you're dealing per shot as well. That's also going to come into play. So you're probably looking at around like 4K a shot, single target. But that's not what we're looking at. We're looking at the multi-shot. We're looking at how many explosions are we getting, and how many explosions are being applied to all the targets nearby. And as you can see, even Eldritch in P8 is pretty much no contest. The distance that exploding arrow travels is pretty decent. As you can see here, it goes a pretty nice way past the tree from the waypoint. Whereas some other abilities don't really quite go as far. Like if you were to look at, say, Fire Arrow. I think Fire Arrow doesn't go the same distance. It's about the same distance. Trying to remember which ones are the short ones. But for the most part, it's a pretty decent range. It's not bad. So you can fire from pretty much off-screen, even, most times, because it does travel a pretty good distance off the screen past it. Which means that you can go to places like, wide open areas like River of Flame, and you can just kind of fire off in the distance and see if you hit anything. And as you can see at the end of the attack, it explodes. So you do also get 1 additional explosion at the end of the attack, which means you basically get about 6 explosions total. 5 for the pierces, and then 1 additional explosion at the end of the 5 pierces, which is pretty sweet. And as you can see, in densely packed groups like this, it just annihilates the monsters, even in P8. If I were to do this in P1, there's really no contest. Now, versus between the two, like Exploding Arrow versus Freezing Arrow, Exploding Arrow definitely has like no crowd control by comparison to Freezing Arrow. Freezing Arrow literally freezes everything solid, and if it doesn't freeze it, it chills it, and if it doesn't chill it, like, okay, well then it's probably a ghost or something, and it's immune to all sorts of chilling effects. Exploding Arrow does have a small crowd control effect in the form of a faster hit recovery animation. And you'll often see this with certain monsters when you fire the exploding arrow into the targets. You'll see them kind of like reel back a little bit for like a few seconds. Actually, it's like a fraction of a second. And this is the faster hit recovery kind of like animation. It offers you a very brief respite, usually, from the monster's attacks, because during that very brief time that the monster is in that recovery animation, they can't do anything. They usually have to stop moving. And if you're firing enough exploding arrow shots, like per second, into a group of monsters with enough explosions, you'll see the faster hit recovery effects a lot. And I call them micro stuns because they're not really stuns, but they definitely function like stuns. It's like a very brief effect on the monster that causes them to reel back, and then they're immediately back in the action. And it does help. This particular build is utilizing Hand of Justice, though, which also has some other crowd control effects on it, which is probably what you're going to be using if you do exploding arrows on. I know it's an expensive rune word with Sir Cham Lo. It's pretty expensive, but it is your end game for an exploding arrow Amazon, bar none. You're going to want that negative 20% enemy fire resistance that's on the bow. And it also has ITD, which will help since you're an elemental damage character. You're probably not going to build a lot of attack rating. It has hits blinds target and freezes target on it, which comes in really handy since the exploding arrows on has a lot less crowd control than the freezing arrows on does. Another interesting thing about the exploding arrows on that the freezing arrow Zon doesn't have is she also has access to immolation arrow, which is slightly better in terms of single target damage than freezing arrow. And it's slightly better in terms of single target damage than exploding arrow. So you get to utilize that along with your exploding arrow to get a little bit of extra oomph out of it, which is definitely very nice. It's also important to note that exploding arrow has a physical component. So don't underestimate the additional damage that you're getting from the physical component, because that 610 to 1211 is mostly your physical damage, which is your life and your mana leech. So if you don't have any attack rating at all to hit targets, like for instance when you're fighting a boss, it's going to be a little bit detrimental because you're not going to be getting that mana leech. You're not going to be getting that health leech. You're not going to be regenerating at all. Now you can build all sorts of interesting charms, but honestly the best charms are bow and crossbow skillers and fire damage charms. Those are going to give you the biggest effect as far as like adding to your exploding damage. Just to give you an idea, I have here a inventory of small charms with 26 to 42 fire damage. These are flaming small charms of incineration. And if I drop these on the ground, you'll notice that my exploding arrow damage decreases with every single charm. It's going down below 2,000 almost, just about. And it's going to decrease with every single charm. As I pick them up, you'll notice I go from 3,000 to 3,083 to 3,125 to 167 and so forth and so on. And adding in that additional fire damage is huge in terms of my damage output, because even just a small amount gets multiplied 5 times into 5 explosions. It also is applied on hit when I hit the target physically, which means it's times 5 as well. So you take this number here, this 26 to 42, and you can multiply it out. So like, for instance, let's go ahead and open up a calculator, and I'll show you how much damage a simple 26 to 42 charm adds. So let's add the damage together. So 26 plus 42 gives us 68 divided by 2, which is going to give us 34. That's going to get multiplied 5 times to 170 damage on our pierces. So each physical attack is going to hit and apply each amount of damage, which is about 170. We also have the explosions, so it's adding into the explosions, and each explosion is going to be the same amount of damage, so another 170. However, the explosions can hit multiple targets. There's no limit. So if there's 30 cows nearby when the explosion goes off and all 30 cows are within the explosion radius, that's 170 times 30, which is 5,100 extra damage that's added for one small charm. And how many of these small charms do we have? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them. So times 6 is 30,600 additional damage that's being added to our explosions because we have these little tiny small charms in our inventory. And you see how these little tiny numbers of fire damage, or these little tiny numbers of even ice damage for freezing arrow, have a very nice effect on the way that the skills output their DPS. I don't really think there's a whole lot more to cover with exploding arrow. It does have a fire arrow synergy, and fire arrow is terrible. Don't use it. Especially if you're a fire Zon. It's probably one of the worst abilities that you can use. Even on this fire Zon right now, if I put it on, you can see it only does 3,160 single target damage. The explosion on the exploding arrow does more damage than the fire arrow does in single target, and it hits multiple targets in the process, whereas the fire arrow is of course only hitting 1 and maybe 5 if they're all standing in a line and it pierces through and it hits all 5 targets, but there's no explosion component with it. Yep, pretty sure that's it. Exploding arrow is not the most like ridiculously complicated skill. You do want to attack quickly. It does have a rather high mana cost. The attack rating bonus on it is pretty decent at 389%. I think the only other thing that we can possibly cover with Exploding Arrow is the items that offer Exploding Arrow as a free use ability. So there are a lot of items in the game that that have Exploding Arrow as free use abilities, and I'd like to go over those real quick because it's actually a pretty long list. The Ravenclaw Longbow, which is absolutely amazing for low-level characters, it gives you free Exploding Arrow. And what this means is that when you fire your bow with a regular arrow like this, the exploding arrow will come out. The Ravenclaw has a level 3 exploding arrow, and honestly the level doesn't really matter, because if you're any character that's trying to get free exploding arrow, you probably have your own fire damage source, like a Holy Fire Paladin would use Holy Fire, of course, the Enchant Sorceress, and you know, so on and so forth. You generally are providing your own source of fire damage. Hellcast Heavy Crossbow has level 5 exploding arrow. Demon Machine Chuko Nu has level 6. The Demon Machine Chuko Nu is literally the best option for non-Amazons because it has 66 piercing, and when combined with the Razor Tail Belt, you get 99% piercing, which is absolutely amazing for being able to pierce through the targets. Because if you're going to use Exploding Arrow, you want to be able to pierce, and the highest percent of pierce that you can get is the best. Kuko Kashaku is also a really nice one. It has level 7 exploding arrow, and it has 50% pierce. It's a very decent alternative option to a Demon Machine Chuko Nu. I do feel like the Demon Machine Chuko Nu is the better option in general, but the Kuko Kashaku is certainly not a bad one. Level 13 on Bloodraven's Charge Matriarchal Bow, but that is unfortunately Amazon only. And then finally, the Brand Rune Word has level 15 exploding arrow on it, and it's a very interesting choice for some crazy builds utilizing the Bone Spear. I actually made an entire Necromancer around the Bone Spear on the Brand missile weapon. I called him the Bowenmancer. His video is up if you want to take a look at it. Utilizing things like Demon Machine Chuko Nu, though, you can build entire characters, like for instance the Strider Paladin that uses the Demon Machine and max level Holy Fire, or the Enchant Sorceress that uses max level Enchant and max Fire Mastery to get as high fire damage as you possibly can, and then uses the Exploding Arrow on the Demon Machine Chuko Nu. I've done videos on those in the past as well. Ravenclaw is absolutely amazing for low-level characters if you want to do enchant runs, which is basically where you have a high-level sorceress, enchant the entire group, and then everybody uses Ravenclaws and runs around plinking exploding arrows, doing massive amounts of exploding damage on everything nearby, which can be very easily combined with piercing equipment at an early level. The Ravenclaw is level 15, and there is another set called the Erathis set, which is also level 15, that provides 24% pierce at level 15, which means that you can very effectively combine Ravenclaw and Erathis with an Enchant Sword, and you can literally demolish all of normal difficulty with absolute ease. That's how amazing adding pierce to Ravenclaw is. Really not a whole lot more there. It's pretty simple skill. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, and keep watching. All right, that one is out of the way. So the only one we have left at this point is Immolation Arrow, and then we are completely done with all the bow skills. And we can start moving on to the Javelin skills, or maybe cover a couple of the passive skills that I haven't covered yet. Let's just go ahead and get Immolation Arrow out of the way, and then we'll talk about some of the other ones. Not really sure what I want to roll into after this, but we definitely have a lot of good choices for skills. Immolation Arrow is one that was not really that great for a long time. It wasn't until recently that they fixed it, and it is nice that it's been fixed. Yes, Soul Hunter. I plan to make this video for every single skill in the game, including the really crappy ones that nobody's interested in. The reason why is because a lot of new players that come into this game, they just don't really have a good understanding of how the characters work, how the abilities work. A lot of them will try and build characters around abilities that are garbage, or will try and build a character around an ability and have no clue how it works. So I want the people to even just have the ability to just Google search even the worst abilities and at least learn how those abilities function, so that if they want to build that character, they at least are building it correctly. Whereas if they don't, have the knowledge, they might be doing silly things like using a grief with a vengeance ability. For those of you who don't know, vengeance does not work with grief. So using grief on a vengeance paladin is just one of the stupidest things that you could do. But people do it all the time because everybody's like, oh, grief is the best item ever and nothing beats grief. But the thing is that lots of things beat grief all the time. And on top of that, lots of abilities don't even work with grief. So it's, it comes into play where if you're looking up vengeance and you want to be able to figure out what the best weapon is, well, I'm going to let you know. I'm going to tell you what you need and what character, can get the best use out of it, and so forth and so on. Breath of the Dying is the best weapon for a Vengeance Paladin, bar none. There's like nothing else in the game that even comes close. Really depends on your build. I'm beating up my dog. Cody, where's your crab? Go get your crab. He don't listen to me. All right, let's get this one out of the way, and then we'll talk about what other skills we're going to get into. So, 3, 2, 1, let's go. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we're going to be looking at the last of the Amazon Boson abilities. I know, I can hear the cheers in the background. You guys don't care about the Boson. Poor Boson. I mean Manazon. This is the Immolation Arrow. So the Immolation Arrow is a very interesting ability. It's gone through a lot of changes. And if you haven't given it a shot since patch 2.4.3, I think it was, you might want to take another look at it because it's actually increased by quite a bit. And ever since the Sunder Charms came out, Immolation Arrow has definitely seen a lot better use in the past. It still has a delay, but the delay is far less than it used to be. And when I say far less, I mean like ridiculously far less. It used to have a delay of 1 full second, which was 25 frames, and now it has a delay of 0.6 seconds, which is almost twice the speed. It's not quite, but it's almost twice the speed it was before. As you can see, this is the current fire rate of Immolation Arrow, and it actually does pretty good. It's not quite as fast, obviously, as Exploding Arrow, which is this, but it's decent. You can weave it in between your exploding arrows relatively effectively, and they also enabled weaving, ability weaving, which is something that was not present in previous versions of the game. So a lot of the times what would happen is let's say you built an exploding arrows on and you wanted to utilize Immolation Arrow. What would happen is you would fire Immolation Arrow, and as soon as you fired Immolation Arrow, Exploding Arrow would turn red, making it so that you couldn't weave them together. But as it is right now, I can very easily right-click, left-click, right-click, left-click, right-click, left-click, right-click, left-click, and as you can see, it's not bad. It actually works out pretty good. It's not causing the Exploding Arrow to go on delay anymore, which means it's actually useful. The damage actually got increased a little bit too, I believe, in 2.4, and overall, it's definitely seen some of the best improvements, I think, like bar none, that it ever could have. And the damage output is better than Exploding Arrow. So Exploding Arrow adds in any fire damage source, and so does Immolation Arrow. So the damage of Immolation Arrow at 4,217 to 4,471 is taking into account things like my fire damage charms, the Holy Fire aura that's on the Hand of Justice. As you can see, when I take this off, it's only 4,000, what is that? 4,282. And then when the Holy Fire aura kicks in, it's 4,471. This allows it to have some pretty nice single target damage in combination with the fire effect. So it has a nice little average fire damage of 580 to 674, and it lasts for a good 4 seconds, and it does burn pretty nicely on the monsters. It is important to note, though, that just like Firewall, the fire damage that comes out of this particular effect is affected by the size of the monster. So size 3 monsters, which are things like Venom Lords, Urdars and whatnot that you often see in like River of Flame, those are size 3 monsters, and they take the most damage from fire attacks. Size 2 monsters only take about 2/3 the damage, which is going to be things like Abyss Knights, and size 1 monsters are going to be things like Flayers and Dolls and things like that. They only take 1/3 of the fire damage. But the good news is that things like Diablo, Bale, Mephisto, those are all size 3 monsters. So Immolation Arrow does pretty good damage on bosses. The other good thing is that you can stack the fire underneath of the monster multiple times so that it's constantly in effect. And it also applies on every single contact with the monster pack. So for instance, if I go down here to, say, Shank, which I think I already killed him. Let's re-up Shank. Come on, Shank. We need to murderize you yet again. The cool thing about this is that when you fire into Shank's pack, or any big pack, you get multiple fire effects for every single monster that it goes through. So you get a nice little explosion going through everything on the way, and then you also get the fire effect under every single monster. Now, there is one big downside to the fire effect that I found while I was playing my Exploding Arrows on last season, which is knockback. Knockback does not work very well with Immolation Arrow. You have to imagine that if you're using knockback with Immolation Arrow, it's going to knock them out of the fire, which is not what you want. You want them to stand in the fire, and you want them to get burned. You want them to continue to get burned. You want them to stand there and just melt away into nothingness. And if you're knocking them out of the fire, you're defeating the entire purpose of Immolation's Arrow's fire effect. And as you can see there, lots and lots of fire all over the place, lots of nice explosions, but it's not really something that you're going to use on its own. So what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to weave in the Exploding Arrow so that you can get multiple shots per second. And by doing this, you're going to get the highest damage output for this particular build, because you're going to be able to shoot off as many Immolation Arrows as you can, which is definitely the higher damage skill. But in between, when you're waiting on that reload, you fire off the Exploding Arrows to maximize the damage output as much as you can, which is great. Or you can just be lazy and fire off the Exploding Arrows. It's up to you. But good lord, there's fire everywhere. Fire everywhere. I'm trying to think if there's anything else about this. There's really not a lot of items that have Immolation Arrow on it. The only item that you could possibly obtain that has Immolation Arrow for a non-Amazon source is the Hellrack Colossus Crossbow, which actually has level 18 Immolation Arrow charges with 150 of them. So if you wanted to play around with Immolation Arrow on a non-Zon, like for instance maybe an Enchant Sorceress or like a Holy Fire Paladin or something, the Hellrack Colossus Crossbow is the only item in the game that has Immolation Arrow charges on it. And it's a high level Immolation Arrow. At level 18 it'll dish out some decent damage, but it won't be like super duper insane or anything. I feel like you'd probably be better off with a Demon Machine Crossbow with the Exploding Arrow passive shot, but it could be fun to play around with nonetheless. Kuko Kushaku also has +3 Immolation Arrow on it, but that is unfortunately only for the Zon itself. So if you are an Exploding Arrow Zon, the Kuko Kushaku Shikaku Cedar Bow is definitely a really nice choice for an early level Exploding Arrow Zon. Hand of Justice is really nice for the late game ones. Very, very nice indeed. because it has the negative 20% enemy fire resistance as well. Now, in the past, when it came to this particular build, before the Sunder Charms came out, the easiest way to build this was to do the exploding arrow only, ignore the immolation, because it was 20 extra skill points that you just didn't really want to spend. And instead go with a cold arrow, freezing arrow for another 40 points here. And what this did was it allowed you to switch back and forth between exploding arrow and freezing arrow as needed when you had monsters that were either immune to cold or immune to fire. But you no longer really need to do that with the addition of the Sunder Charms, because it allows you to bypass the fire immunity. And in combination with negative resistance equipment like Hand of Justice, Flickering Flame, or Fire Facets, you can generally get enough negative resistance to pretty much make most fire immune monsters pretty easy to kill. Right now I'm at negative 39% enemy fire resistance, and I could totally bring that up more by about 5, 10, 15% if I went with a 4-socket armor with 4 Fire Facets instead, which would be a pretty decent level. As it is right now, though, at negative 39%, really don't have much problem killing much of anything with the immolation and the exploding arrow on this build. It's definitely a highly specific build. And I did test immolation arrow earlier in my Theorycraft video, if you want to check that out for the Fire Amazon, on P8 Diablo. And P8 Diablo died really fast. I was actually very surprised at how fast Immolation Arrow killed him. I did not fire Exploding Arrow because it was honestly the inferior choice at that particular moment, and I was kiting. So I never really had an opportunity where it was on cooldown and I could fire something else. So Immolation Arrow just kind of melted Diablo into oblivion, and I'm assuming that's because he is a size 3 monster and the fire just absolutely obliterated him. Of course, he did have the decent single target damage of like the 4,400 per shot, combined with the physical damage on the bow and so forth and so on. But I think the fire damage underneath his feet was what really melted him down into nothingness. I think that's pretty much it for this. Then we covered the size of the monsters. The fire damage itself is rather large. It's like a 2-yard radius, so it will hit more than just the monster underneath. Like for instance, some abilities like at the feet of a monster you would think would only hit the monster itself, but because it's a 2-yard radius, it will actually hit everything within the 2-yard radius. So if you have the monsters nice and tightly packed, the fire is going to do a lot more damage than you think. Because it's gonna nicely toast most of the monsters within range. And as far as I am aware, the explosion nor the fire can be blocked in any way, shape, or form. Which I don't know if that would actually make it useful in PvP, because you can't block the explosion, you can't block the fire, and I'm assuming you probably also can't weapon block it either. Like on the assassin, and I'm assuming that you probably can't dodge it either. You may be able to dodge the arrow, but not the fire and not the explosion. So it's interesting to think about it from that perspective, that you really can't block the fire effect, because the fire effect is just kind of something that happens. As you can see, it even works when you just hit a wall, which is something that you kind of have to remember when it comes to the fire effect, is that the fire effect will go off when you hit hard targets, which is pretty cool, and you can use that to your advantage. Like say if you're in Travancore, you get the explosion and the fire if you hit the wall. Same thing with Exploding Arrow, you get to add the additional explosion in. So if you're fighting a monster that's near the wall, like for instance, let's say we're in here and we find a monster that's near the wall, we can just simply fire the arrow at the wall and get an additional fire effect. Here we go, we got a couple right here. So he's getting hit twice by the explosion, and the fire effect is happening twice, because one is hitting him and one is hitting the wall. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when we are talking about Immolation Arrow. And as always, keep watching. Alright, well that clears out the entire Amazon bow tree, my boys. All the bows in all the world, and all the bows in all the world. Finished with the bows and we do not care. Finished with the bows and I did my hair. Finished with the bows and we're going to go. Finished with the bows and we want to know. We got the bows here and the bows there. Don't tell me what to do, 'cause we don't care. Did it do what to do? Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Well, this is a Javazon set up specifically for Poison Javelin and Plague Javelin. We could always cover those really quickly. Lightning Bolt is an interesting one that I don't really know what to ever make of the dang thing. It never really was quite what it should have been, but I always wondered if you could actually build like a lightning bolt Zon. The problem is it's physical. I mean, it's single target damage, and I just don't really know how much it could ever really reach. It's very similar to Cold Arrow and Fire Arrow in the same vein that it converts your 100% of your physical damage into elemental damage, and it also has 75% weapon damage though. So like it's really handicapped for no reason, and I don't know why. It's definitely one that we could have fun exploring, maybe even trying to build a character around it, but in the end, I feel like we'd probably still end up using Lightning Fury anyway. But, yeah, uh-huh. Why do I not have enough decks? Boom, 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 boom. Beam, boom, boom, beam, boom, 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 boom. I'm using Arachnid Smash, so let's go ahead and why did I take off the Annie? Read it, my friend. Read the Annie, Charles. Read it. Read. All right, let's cover Plague Javelin and Poison Javelin real quick. Since we have this character already set up, we can get these done. Poison Javelin. Javelin. Don't tangle poison javelin. Poison javelin.
Afternoon.
I want a +7 Annie too. I would, yeah, thank you. Let me upgrade my Annie, please. How about that? Can I upgrade it? I want to upgrade it. Let me upgrade it, please. I feel like we might want to make this a comparison video instead of a, like, either or. I think I might want to do Plague Javelin and Poison Javelin, because I don't think it really makes any sense to do one or the other. Like, I kind of feel like we need to do these together. This is offline, specifically for setting up characters, just specifically for these videos. Alright, I think we're pretty much ready for this one. There's really not a lot of special stuff to go over when it comes to this ability. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Now that we finished all the bow skills, I'm working on the javelin skills. That's right, so we're going to be doing Lightning Fury soon. But this particular video is going to be on Poison Javelin and Plague Javelin, and I feel like we kind of need to combine these two together because although they are very similar abilities, they are different in many, many ways. And going over the differences between these abilities, I think, is probably the most important thing I can do when it comes to these two abilities. So what is Poison Javelin and Plague Javelin? They are javelins that you can toss that dish out poison damage. However, the two have different effects. So one of them is a straight attack, and the other one is a cloud. As you can see, it actually sort of exhumes out from the cloud. But there's more differences than just that. So Poison Javelin has a duration of 88 seconds, which is kind of insane. It's over a minute. It does a massive 108,000 damage with this particular build that I'm running. And I actually have done this on a theory craft before, so if you want to take a look at that video, I do have that up. The 108,000 damage isn't quite as much as it looks like, though, because of the massive time. Whereas the 84,000 damage, or 8 to 85,000 damage on the Plague Javelin is only over 11 seconds, which is far shorter in general. However, there is a casting delay on both of these. One of them has a casting delay of 0.6 seconds, and the other one has a casting delay of 1. Now, when you hit multiple targets, you actually get multiple clouds with the 11-second version, which is the Plague Javelin. Plague is the fast one. And with the other one, the straight line one, the Poison Javelin, it doesn't really give clouds, but it does have a nice poison damage effect. And because of the insanely long duration, you can kind of just throw it and forget it, and most of the monsters will just die eventually anyway. It doesn't really take too long for most monsters to bleed away from the bigger poison. However, if you want the quicker damage, the Plague Javelin is definitely your choice for the quicker damage. Now, there's other aspects to this, as most Javelin abilities have physical damage attached to them. So for this particular ability, you'll notice there's two numbers written on the screen. One is the bigger number at the bottom. That is the ability damage. The other one is my physical damage combined with whatever other elemental damage that I might have. Now, that is actually separate from the poison, so I don't actually have to physically hit the target for the poison to take effect. The hit is only for the additional physical damage, which would be my lifesteal and my mana steal, and any additional elemental damage that I might have. Like, say, for instance, I was using Venom when I had maybe Poison Charms. Poison Charms would not add to the poison damage, but it does add to the hit damage that I'm pushing out. And as you can see, it doesn't even really take that many javelins to honestly just burn down a target, and you can look at this monster's HP just drain away into nothingness. And if that's not impressive enough, what should be impressive to you is this is in Players 8. So in Players 8, she is melting away targets like this. Absolutely great. Now, of course, she can't really do anything to the catapults because they're immune, but it's actually kind of insane how quickly she can just drain away the health on monsters. And that's using the Plague Javelin, which is most likely going to be your main ability. Poison Javelin is a little weird, and I'm not even really sure if it's worth using. With the 88 seconds on it, yes, it will poison a monster, but it takes far longer for the monster to die due to the high duration. I mean, for instance, this is Plague Javelin, and you can see just how quickly Plague Javelin drains away the monster's HP to nothingness, whereas the same monster with Poison Javelin, notice it's a much slower drain, although it does last for a longer period of time. It's definitely a lot slower in terms of output. So you almost kind of want to just ignore the fact that Poison Javelin exists, even though you have to build it anyway for the synergy, because you need the 20 points to get your Plague Javelin damage high enough. But the Plague Javelin is definitely the superior choice for most targets. I mean, you can just see how quickly it drains the P8 monster's life away into nothingness. Now, I could maybe see a use for Poison Javelin if you were somewhere and you were just kind of like spamming abilities as much as possible. I'm not really sure. Maybe if it's a boss or something like that and you don't really care so much about speed as just making sure that they're dying. Maybe you're kiting a lot. Maybe you're inside the Ubers. I don't really know. Could be an interesting choice for a really high HP monster that you're kiting around. That way you don't have to fire as many javelins. You don't have to stop as much. You can just spend most of your time kiting and not dying. So you would just throw the javelins and just keep running like this. That's the only thing I can think of that the high duration, high damage one would be good for is if you were kiting. Like if you were just doing a lot of kiting. Now it will eventually kill the targets. It's just speed is kind of more important than duration. And as you can see, it's just way better to use the Plague Javelin. Now this build wasn't really one that was super plausible back when 2.4 came out, but when 2.5 came out and we got the Sunder Charms, the Sunder Charms made it possible to stack as much negative resistance as you could, and you can see I have a massive negative 50% enemy resistance here. I'm utilizing a 4-faceted Superior Monarch, a 4-faceted Superior Archon, and a 2-faceted Bloodbite Diadem. So literally I have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 poison facets in this build to make it work. That's how this character is doing so much poison damage and doing it so quickly. Because in combination with the poison facets and the Sunder, the monster's resistances are getting broken down to an extremely low level. And I've also combined in the Plague Sword on the Mercenary for an additional lower resistance to get that resistance even lower. So most of these monsters are actually sitting in the negatives on poison resistance, and that's how this build works. As you can see, it's an extremely effective build, even in P8. It just melts through monsters with no ease. It's also a very, I think it's important to point this out, it's a very cheap build. So 20 points in Poison Javelin and 20 points in Plague Javelin is extremely cheap. You have 40 points total investment. And at level 95, you're looking at 106 skill points, which means you've got tons of skill points to put somewhere else. You can build into a physical build if you would like. Maybe grab Fend or Jab or Impale. You could also go into the passive and magic tree, and you could stack up things like your Pierce, or you could stack up your Evades so that you're more tanky. You could also build a very high-level Valkyrie with relative ease, or stack up one of the slow missiles or inner sight or things like that to make yourself tankier. Slow missiles recently got the physical damage reduced by modifier added to it, which means it actually can make your character pretty tanky. With level 20 slow missiles, I am looking at a physical damage reduction of 36%, and a ranged attack slow of 29%, which is pretty darn nice. Just to make myself tankier. Makes my Valkyrie tankier too, actually. It's kind of, it honestly is very fun to watch the monsters melt away into nothingness. Their HP just drains. This So another interesting thing is range of attack. So we talk about this a lot with Amazon abilities, is how far they go. So if I throw this javelin, you'll notice it doesn't make it off the screen. That is an unfortunate side effect of this particular ability, so it doesn't really go very far. And you will have to take that into account when you use it. Poison Javelin, on the other hand, has a much farther travel distance. As you can see, I can practically attack off the screen with Poison Javelin, versus the same Plague Javelin barely even goes half the distance. So you will be a little bit closer to the fight with Plague Javelin. You will be a little bit closer into, the combat, which is kind of good because, you have plenty of extra points to spend on making yourself tankier, or building things like slow missiles, which will again make you tankier, or grabbing the Valkyrie, which will certainly help keep those monsters away from you. So all in all, it should work out pretty nicely. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watch my videos, even when we are talking about some very poisonous abilities like Poison Javelin and Plague Javelin. And as always, keep watching. Alright, so that ends the Poison Javelin, Plague Javelin video. What should we do next? What should we do next? What? Let's do the physical skills. That sounds like fun. We could do Jab, Impale, and Fend. I actually have a Fenzon. Where's my bow? Where's my Fenzon at? Where's my bow at? Let's see. I think I need to reboot into online. I have a Fenzon online. A very powerful Fenzon at that. Her name is Jousta. She the Jousta. She the semi-fantastic Mrs. Jousta. Gonna come on back with you, gonna get your roll. Breath of the Dying, Ghost Spear, yes. She's missing, like, all of her equipment, too. That's, she's got a Shadow Disciplines amulet on. What are you doing with your life? I'm so disappointed in you. Who's got her fortitude, and why is she wearing a frickin' Cow King's leathers? And she needs an amulet and an Annie. Alright, let's see if we can scrape her together, an amulet, an Annie, and a fortitude. Who would be utilizing her fortitude? One of my offline characters. Probably Vegomatic. Yes, she stole the fortitude. Alright, and she also has an Annie. We'll steal the fortitude and the Annie from her. Good. Good. This character's a mess. Let's grab this Ravenfrost, just in case she doesn't have one. Let's grab the Annie. Get an Atmos Scarab. We could use that. That'll work just fine. Does she have a... She had a torch, right? Wasn't even paying attention. She does have an Amazon torch. Look at her having stuff. Proud of her. Alright. So we got our... This is our ridiculous Fenzon, by the way. She's kind of nuts. Don't be surprised with how ridiculous she is, because she is ridiculous. I'm gonna give you guys a taste of her ridiculousness. Gonna taste the rainbow of ridiculousness. Of course, I can't do P8 with this. I can't show you just how ridiculous she is. A crude catechus. So as you can see, she does like 10k Fend damage, and she does about 17k Impale. She's also running full like double damage, along with some other interesting effects. So she hits really hard. With the Breath of the Dying Ghost Spear, it's kind of insane. Alright, so let's cover Jab first. I feel like that's a good one to cover, since a lot of people utilize Jab, and Jab is definitely one of those abilities that sees use on multiple characters. So Spearzons, the actual Act 2 Merc, Javazons, all of which. Small charms would not apply to the Plague or the Poison Javelin Ogthail. I talked about that earlier in the video. So when you have a poison charm, it doesn't apply to the poison damage. It only applies to the physical hit, and the physical hit is not associated with the Plague and the Poison Javelin's poison damage. So when you throw your javelin, you hit the monster, but that doesn't mean anything. That's just your physical damage and whatever elemental damage that you have. And then an explosion happens with the poison, and the poison is a separate mechanic entirely than the other effects. Alright, let's see if we can blast through these real quick. These are pretty simple abilities, and I don't really see why I should have too much trouble with these. So let's start with Jab. Dang it. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we're going to be going over one of the physical Amazon abilities, and that is known as Jab. Jab is a pretty common use ability because it is a multi-hit attack instead of a single target. It is used for Javazons, used for Spearazons, and believe it or not, also the Act 2 Mercenary uses Jab. Jab is a skill that starts out in the negatives when you first get it, so it ends up being like negative 15% damage. So you actually lose damage for using Jab. But the beautiful thing about Jab is it does actually have 3 successive hits that pretty much can't be interrupted. If you're trying to apply effects, like for instance, like say you have Crushing Blow or Open Wounds or maybe even some specific ability like Atmoscarab with the Amplify damage, Jab is going to be your best choice to get that effect off. Because it's 3 quick successive hits which have a higher chance of proccing effects, a higher chance of applying your Crushing Blow, your Open Wounds, just in general, because you're hitting really quickly on those targets. And it works absolutely amazingly for that purpose. Now, when it comes to damage output, Jab is not really the highest. Definitely Impale and Fend are far higher damage than Jab. But a lot of the times you don't really want to build down into that tree. You just need a quick ability to use just in case you want to physically hit a target. Like say for instance you're a lightning Javazon and you come across a monster that's immune to lightning and you're having a little trouble killing him. Jab can often be an effective alternative, especially if you have a little bit of Crushing Blow on you, to take out those monsters, because it's physical damage and it does pretty good if you have a nice javelin. For the actual melee zone, if you're attacking a single target, Jab may not be the superior choice because Impale is actually pretty decent as far as damage is concerned. In fact, if we look at the difference between Impale and Jab, you can see it's 6,697 damage versus 17,000. And we also have some issues with the attack rating on Impale because it has very low attack rating in general versus the attack rating of something like Fend. As you can see, is 8,695 for the same kind of attack. And this is because Fend actually does have a pretty decent 310% attack rating, whereas Jab has basically nothing. Not exactly the greatest. Impale also does not require attack rating, so it doesn't even have an attack rating modifier anymore. It just does lots of damage. Now, Impale is much slower, just in general. When you're using Impale, you can tell that it's a slow ability. It's 1 hit, and it does a massive amount of damage in that 1 hit. And if you're not specifically a physical damage character, it might not really be the greatest, but it will at least guarantee you the hit. Whereas Jab is not guaranteeing you the hit. It does go off of your attack rating, and it does attack 3 times in that period of time. Now, you cannot be interrupted during that 3 attacks, which is actually pretty cool. It doesn't actually say it on the ability, but when you're in the 3 attack animation, you cannot be interrupted during that. It used to be a long time ago, back before they fixed Dodge, Avoid, and Evade. You could be interrupted, but now that Dodge, Avoid, and Evade have been fixed, you can't be interrupted during the attacks anymore. There's really not a whole lot more to go over with Jab. It is such a simple ability, but leveling it up does get you a pretty nice bonus, and I'd like to show you that real quick. So let's go over to a single player character, and I just kind of want to give you an idea of how much you can get out of something like this. Honestly, in my opinion, it's usually not worth leveling because it just doesn't really get enough attack rating and it doesn't really get enough damage output to really make it super worthwhile. but I would like to show you what kind of damage output it gets to so that you can have a better idea. Bink. Alright, so let's go ahead and reset this character back to his base. And as you can see, I've got tons of plus to skills, which doesn't make this easy. So let me go ahead and take out these plus to skills real quick so you can get a better idea. So at level 1, notice that it's negative 15%, which is pretty bad with a 10% attack rating. And as you level it up, it takes a little while for it to get out of the negatives. By about level 6, we're currently in the positive damage, but it actually hasn't given us any damage. It's just 0%. And at level 7, we get our first 3%, and then finally it starts to go up and up and up until we actually start to get a little bit of damage out of it. As you can see, the attack rating does go up decently as you level it to 181%, which isn't too terrible. And adding in plus the skills, of course, would increase that even further, making it a nice high-level ability. The main issue, though, is that most people don't build this particular ability. So as you can see, at level 31, we've got 280% attack rating and 75% damage bonus. That's not really a lot for level 31. Right? And then I'm going to go ahead and stack on some strength so I can actually utilize my equipment. And I'm sure that you're going to notice that it doesn't really give me a whole lot more in terms of damage output. Now that I'm level 36, I'm looking at 325% and a whole 90% increase in damage. So the only real reason to pump points into Jab is for the attack rating. And if you don't have the kind of attack rating to utilize a skill like this, like if your attack rating is just kind of garbage, you might want to just avoid putting points into Jab at all. It's pretty much just a one-point wonder at that point. Because even with maximum penetrate and maximum Jab, I'm only looking at 8,285 attack rating. And that's with a pretty decent poison build. It's not really a whole lot. And who wants to throw 20 points into Jab and 20 points into Penetrate to hit those numbers? Most people don't. So it's generally one of those abilities that you kind of want to keep at a one-point wonder unless you're specifically building it. If you have a lot of free points and you just want to dump some points into it to make sure that it's landing its hits, then it could be useful. But in general, nowadays with the Sunders, you kind of want to more build specifically into your build. So like if you're a Poison Zon, you're building a Poison Zon. If you're a Lightning Zon, you're building a Lightning Zon. Like you don't necessarily need to dive into the physical attacks as much anymore. And even the physical Zon himself, or herself rather, is going to build more into things like Impale and Fend. My Spear Zon generally just uses Impale and Fend. And unless she's trying to specifically proc an effect, which is really the only thing I use Jab for, is trying to get like an amp damage proc off, I generally don't use Jab all that often. I more often than not end up going with Fend because it hits more targets more quickly than Jab does. Single target is really the only situation that I often find myself using Jab, and even in those situations, a lot of the times I still prefer Impale because it does more damage and it also guarantees the hit, whereas Jab does not. Mana cost is also kind of high on Jab when you level it up. As you can see here, it's 10.7 on the mana cost when it gets to level 36, whereas if I reset my character, you can see it's only like 4.7 at level 12. So another reason actually not to level it up, because the mana cost just continues to rise with every single point that you put into it. Even at level 12 right now with just 1 point, we're already at 4.7, and bringing it up to something like level 20 is 6.7 and so forth, and it just keeps ballooning upward as you level up the ability. I'm not really sure why they decided to bring up the mana cost on this so much, especially considering it really doesn't have a lot of increased benefit for the levels that you're putting into it. Almost makes you want to not level it up, just to keep that lower mana cost. I think that's pretty much everything when it comes to Jab. It's really a simple ability, and it was bound to be a very small video. I guess I can throw in some other tidbits. Monsters that also use jab, so you would be surprised. The scarab demons, the little beetles in Act 2 and spread throughout the game, use jab. Duriel uses jab, believe it or not, as well as the corrupt rogue spearwomen in Act 5, and Uber Duriel also uses jab. It's a pretty spread out ability, like all over the game. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, and keep watching. Alright, so jab is done, and now we can move on to impale. I will impale your soul. I'm gonna impale your soul. Impale your soul. Impale your soul. I just want to freaking impale your soul. Oh, come on down and let me do what I want to freaking do. Alright, impale and fend. Let's get these over with as quick as possible, shall we? So impale is next. This one's easy. Not really a whole lot going on with impale. Probably not going to be a very long video. Oh, that's an interesting one. Wow. Deadly Strike does not work with impale. I did not know that. And neither does Crit Strike. Crit Strike and Deadly Strike do not work with impale. Wow. Oh, wow. Wow. I did not know that at all. That makes me feel silly. That makes me feel very silly. Because I'm pretty sure I thought that it did. But it doesn't. That's literally the only thing I just learned right now. Like, everything else here I pretty much already knew, but yeah. Okay. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we're going to be looking at the Amazon's physical damage ability, known as Impale. Impale is a skill that's gone over a lot of changes through the patches, and most recently it's gotten sped up quite a large amount. It also has been made uninterruptible, which is pretty amazing, which means that you cannot be interrupted while you are using it. It also always hits now, so it no longer has an attack rating issue, which is pretty darn sweet, if you ask me. So it's not only is it a guaranteed hit ability, it cannot be interrupted, but it also now applies a slow to the enemy target of 67%. Now, it still has the chance of losing durability on it, so honestly, you're better off using some type of indestructible weapon, which the Breath of the Dying Ghost Spear is a very nice choice. And it does hit pretty hard. The only issue is that Impalezons do not use Deadly Strike or Critical Strike. They get no effect from Deadly Strike or Critical Strike, which frickin' sucks. So the number that you see on the screen there, the 17,000 damage number, is the number that Impale is capable of dishing out. No more and no less. I was actually unaware before making this video that Deadly Strike and Crit Strike did not work with Impale. Kind of surprised me. Because it still hits really hard. I mean, don't get me wrong, you can clearly see that it smacks like a Mack truck. But I always was under the assumption that I was hitting with Deadly Strike or Crit Strike. I mean, it is a feature of the Amazon. So it does seem rather odd that the Amazon would have an ability that doesn't work with her own skills. As you can see, it's not exactly the fastest ability in the game, but it does hit really, really hard. The fact that it is always hit has put it in league with several other abilities in the game. So as of right now, there are only 4 guaranteed hit abilities in the game, basically. And one of them is more like an if and or situation. The first one is, of course, Guided Arrow, which the Amazon has. If you are using a bow, you can utilize Guided Arrow, which is a guaranteed hit ability. Smite, for on the Paladin, is also guaranteed hit. And the last and the weirdest one is the new martial arts sin abilities, where if you have a charge, the finishers will guarantee their hit. Which is kind of like I said, like an and if or, because you have to hit them with the charge ability first, and then when you hit them with the finisher is guaranteed to land its hit. But Impale was added to this list by making it a always hit ability, which means that the Amazon is in possession of 2 of the 4 always hit abilities, which is kind of insane. Now, I have actually used Impale to kill the Ubers before. I do have a video of that up somewhere on my channel as well. And damage-wise, it definitely does really nicely. And the slowest target, 67%, is insane, because when you tap a monster with it, monster's pretty much just in slow motion. Now, to utilize this ability, though, you really kind of have to have a fast weapon, and that's why I'm using a Ghost Spear, because the Ghost Spear is the fastest base that you can possibly put a Breath of the Dying in. I believe it is a 0 base. I would love to put it in a Man Catcher, but the Man Catcher is only capable of 5 sockets, and you can't quite get that last socket in there. Now, if you use Impale with a slow weapon, you're going to find it to be a really poor time. On top of that, if you use Impale with a low durability weapon, or rather a weapon that can break, not only does it have a pretty heavy durability loss upon use, but it also has a 23% chance to lose more durability than it was losing originally. So it just demolishes non-indestructible spears. And especially since a lot of spears, I'm not sure if you guys have noticed this, but spears tend to have the lowest durability out of like everything. I wonder if Halbu over here has a couple spears for me to look at. He does not. Stupid Halbu. But most spears have like a durability of like 25, 30 at max, like a 24. It's about the same as a Chris with 24 out of 24 durability. They break insanely fast, and Impale just hastens that immensely, by the way. As far as the old version goes, I wouldn't use it. The old Impale, prior to the changes, was practically garbage. It was so slow that more often than not, you couldn't even hit the monster, because they would interrupt you before you landed the attack. On top of that, it didn't have a guaranteed hit, so more often than not, you would miss, even if you did actually finish the animation. So it has seen some pretty crazy advances, and it honestly is a very good piece of the physical Spearson's repertoire at this point. This particular character is a full physical Spearson. She is utilizing the Impale with 17k DPS. DPS. She actually attacks much faster than that, so it's a lot higher than that. In fact, most of the time, and this is part of the problem with Impale, is I feel like it does too much damage. A lot of the times when you attack a monster, you just like absolutely obliterate them in one hit. And it just kind of feels like insanely like overkill. Most of the monsters, if not all of them, die in one touch. And even Shank himself, when you hit him with it, I mean, you can see I took away literally like 75% of Shank's HP in one touch. And a lot of the times I kind of feel like the damage output of Impale is just overkill. You don't really need that much DPS output for a lot of these lower level monsters. In fact, most of the time Fend ends up being the much superior choice in these situations because you go into a group and you tap your Fend skill and she hits everything around you in a circle and everything dies much faster, which is one of the big downsides of Impale. Is it's literally just a single target ability. No matter how much damage you're doing, no matter like if you've got Gungear from Odin and you're literally stabbing through somebody and out the other side and the big lightning bolt comes down and smotes them out of existence, you still got to hit every single target one at a time, which relegates Impale to more of a boss killer ability, like when you're fighting Diablo or when you're fighting Bale or when you're fighting some particular monster that's more tanky than all the rest, but it's not really something that you use as a regular use skill. You kind of would gravitate more toward Fend for just about most of those stuff, and oftentimes you will gravitate toward Jab for single targets because most of the time Impale is just a little bit too slow, or the monster just doesn't really even have the HP to even warrant using, like, breaking out the mighty cannon. Like, you got like a freaking shoulder cannon and the monster's like this big and he literally just looks at you and goes like and just gets blasted out of existence. So like it doesn't really make a lot of sense to bring out Impale when you don't need it, when it's just kind of like insanely overkill, when something like Jab or Fend would work faster and arguably better in a lot of situations. This was bound to be a short one because honestly Impale doesn't have a whole lot going for it. It has a very low mana cost. The changes to it recently have made it kind of insane, but people still kind of prefer playing things like Lightning Furies on, so I don't really know. I actually have a lot of fun on my Spears on. She was amazing, and she's actually really good in PvP too. That frickin' Impale is nuts. Although I do know that Slow's target is bad manners, so good luck playing your Impales on in PvP because they'll just boot you out. As always, thanks for watching, and get out there and impale some things with your impaling stick on your Amazon. Come on. All right, we got one more physical ability, and then we can start working on the elemental ones? What? We can start working on these power strikes and charge strikes and lightning bolts and lightning furies. We can do some cool stuff for a change? How many videos have I done so far, by the way? I'm starting to feel a little weird. A little too bad. So as of current, I have done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 videos. Wow. So this will be number 12 for Fend. Interesting. I learned something new about Fend today I didn't know. And you guys are going to learn it too, because we're about to make the video. 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. So today we're going to be looking at the ability Fend. Fend is the Zeal of the Amazon, but not quite. Like, it kind of is like Zeal, but it's also kind of not like Zeal. And basically, when it comes to Zeal, you've got some, interesting things going on. So, like, with Zeal, if you use the ability for one target, it will hit that target 5 times, right? If you use the ability on 5 targets, it will hit each target 1 time. However, with Fend, it doesn't hit any target more than once, ever. So if you have 1 target in front of you, it attacks once. If you have 5 targets in front of you, it attacks each target 1 time. If you have 10 targets in front of you, it attacks each target 1 time. Up to a maximum of 12 targets. So if you have 12 targets standing around you in a circle, you will attack each target 1 time. And this is actually extremely powerful because of the speed at which she does it, which is just mind-bogglingly insane. And I'm going to let you guys experience this for yourself. Let me see if I can find a nice toit. I was watching Goldmember recently, I'm sorry. A nice toit group of monsters. Alright, so here's a nice toit group. So we're going to stand in the middle of this toit group, and I'm going to try not to die. And we're going to use Fend, and you can see how she literally just hits everything within range. And it's very fast, how fast she kills things, because she does about 10,000 damage per Fend, and she hits every monster 1 time in an insanely fast pace. In fact, I don't even see her actually attack 12 times. That's what always blows my mind about the ability, is that if you watch her, it kind of looks like she maybe attacks like 4 or 5 times, but you don't see her hit all 12 times in the animation. Like, it's just way too quick. And even if you zoom in and watch her attack, like, it certainly doesn't feel like 12 attacks. It looks more like 2 or 3, but she still hits literally everything nearby and just murderizes it really quickly. It's honestly superior in a lot of ways to Zeal. Because Zeal is more of a, I can hit 1 monster 5 times, or 5 monsters 1 time, whereas Fend is specifically for those moments when you are surrounded. So when you are surrounded with Fend, you use the ability and it literally just hits everything within range. And it does it insanely fast. So before you can even like blink, you've hit 12 monsters. And you hit it again, and you hit 12 more monsters. And you hit it again, and you hit 12 more monsters. And they die really quickly with the 10,000 damage that Fend is capable of. And, of course, you also apply your critical strike, which doubles that damage, which means you're doing about 20,000 damage per Fend. And now, of course, you do have to have attack rating to make sure you're hitting the targets. So you're going to have to build up things like Penetrate to make sure that your attack rating is high enough, and max out Fend itself so you get additional attack rating. And this works out pretty nicely to your advantage, though, because you can add in things like max damage AR charms and stuff like that, like Raven Frost to give yourself extra attack rating. The more attack rating that you can get from various sources, the better that it's going to be, because you're just going to make sure that you're landing your hits. Fend, however, doesn't work very well on bosses. When you are attacking 1 monster, it only attacks once. So you're in here and you're just poking things, and you just poke 1 monster 1 time, and it's extraordinarily slow for some reason to attack 1 monster 1 time with Fend. You would think that with the speed that she attacks 12 monsters, that she would be able to attack 1 time at least kind of quickly with Fend. But I think there's just some kind of like interruption between when Fend begins and when Fend ends. And if it ends too quickly, she doesn't really start the next animation quickly enough. So it's basically just like, okay, well, I guess I just won't worry about it all that much. As you can see, it's like, huh, 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 huh. But the funny thing is that with Fend, you can still, like, attack. But you're much better off using something like Impale, or you're much better off using something like Jab when you're doing single target damage. I'm trying to think if there's anything else with this particular ability, but it's really not a complicated ability. Back in the day, it used to be interrupted by dodge, avoid, and evade. It was a really big deal. Fend was practically unusable in its previous state, to the point where nobody utilized Fend, ever. Didn't matter what character you were, didn't even matter if you were a physical Amazon. Nobody touched the skill because it was that broken. And it wasn't until patch 2.4 where they finally fixed the dodge, avoid, and evade, where Fend finally became usable. And this was because dodge and avoid and evade would interrupt Fend while you were using it. And there was also a very bad bug with Fend in the original days, where basically what would happen is even though it looked like you were doing the animation, nothing would happen. And so what would occur is you would use the animation. Somebody would cause a dodge, avoid, and evade, which would interrupt the attack, but the animation would still play. And you were essentially stuck, basically just standing there like an idiot while the animation finished. And a lot of the times this would get you killed. And it would happen multiple times in a row because the monsters would obviously not stop attacking you. They're just going to keep attacking you over and over again. They're not going to wait for your animation to finish. So of course, as soon as you literally put yourself in a vulnerable position like that, you would end up dying. Impale was also just as bad, and nobody used Impale for the same reason. It took a very long time for the skill to use, and majority of the time, before the skill could even hit the target, you would be interrupted with a dodge, avoid, or evade. And so when this patch happened and dodge, avoid, and evade finally became viable, you could totally build a character around these abilities now. And that's what I've done, is I have a Fizz Zon here, which is set up with a Breath of the Dying, Fortitude, G-Face, Atmoscape for the amp proc, so forth and so on. And this gives her a pretty high damage output. She's also using a lot of passive and magic skillers. And the reason why she's using passive and magic skillers is because she doesn't really need the plus to skills over here, and this makes her even tankier. Gives her more dodge, avoid, and evade, gives her more penetrate, gives her more crit chance, gives her a higher level Valkyrie, and in general just really helps her be the melee character that she's supposed to be. That way when she's in there fighting, she's not constantly getting her butt kicked. See, in this particular situation with the Bloodlord, especially since I have an Atmoscape, I'd be much better off using Jab. As you can see, these guys are immune to physical damage anyway, so I need that proc, which I currently have the Decrepify proc on my Merc as well, which is definitely helping. And that allows me to dish out the extra damage to these Bloodlords. Pretty fast kills on these champion Bloodlords with her. She's a pretty impressive little character. All in all, between Fend, Impale, and Jab, you can definitely make a very powerful physical Amazon. And that doesn't have to be how I have mine set up. You can set yours up differently with max damage charms and 320/20s and all sorts of interesting things like that. There is a little bit of an issue, though, when it comes to Spearzons, is that they don't have a lot of resistances from their shield. This ability is also halfway decent to be used on the Lightning Javazon too now. Now, if you need any kind of physical damage on a Lightning Javazon, in the past, physical damage was always dealt with Jab. But if you're in the middle of a bunch of monsters and you'd like to get off more than just the 3 attacks that Jab is capable of, Fend is actually a pretty good choice these days. And if you have the extra points to spend on a physical skill and you would like to, it's not a bad choice at all. I think that's pretty much it for Fend. Fend is a simple ability. It is just a Zeal-like ability that works a little bit differently. As always, I appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, and keep watching. Alright, all those are out of the way. We don't have to worry about those anymore. Bink, bink, bink. Now we're on to the javelin skills. The javelin. Or the rather the elemental skills. I think I might want to pick these up another day. 13 videos or 12 videos is a lot of videos for one day. She do the wiggle and then things go dead. I'm gonna be honest with you. That is a pretty accurate explanation, Rio. She do the wiggle and then things go dead. Is she good for PvP? Impale works really good for PvP. I think I was talking about Impale earlier. Problem is though, is Impale has slowest target on it, and it is considered bad manners in PvP to use slowest target. I had some fun though playing around with Impale. She hits really hard, and a lot of the times you'll end up one-shotting most players with Impale. And since it's a guaranteed hit, it's pretty nice. I apologize if I just missed it, but is this using Sunder Charms? Most builds these days use Sunder Charms, yes. This character doesn't have a Sunder Charm, but if I could put a Sunder Charm on her, I probably would. Just simply because she is purely physical, and it really helps to have that additional lifesteal. Like a lot of the times, even if you're relying on Atmoscarab or something like that to give you an amp damage proc, it usually doesn't come quick enough to save your life when you're trying to rely on your lifesteal and your mana steal. So having at least a little bit of damage can sometimes bridge the gap between that situation. It also allows you to apply Crushing Blow to the target, which you can't do otherwise. And it also allows you to apply Open Wounds to the target, which you can't do otherwise unless the monster is hurt. So all of this comes into play a little bit here and there. It's not bad. Error 13A. Have I made a video about the build? Which build? The Strafe build or the Procazon build? I think it's what you were talking about. The Procazon build is actually up already. It's on my YouTube channel. Not really sure. Whew, man, it's hot as crap up here. Alright, I gotta go to work tonight. Otherwise, I probably would stream for longer. I've already been at this for about 5.5 hours. It sucks to have to go to work. But I do, so I'm gonna go downstairs and get ready. I will see you guys tomorrow, probably. Yeah, probably tomorrow. Maybe we'll do some more videos. I'd like to get completely caught up on my my skills series. And I also need to do a little bit of work on my item bases series, which I'm hoping to get finished eventually as well. And thanks for the follow, True Blackness. I appreciate it. In fact, a couple of you followed. Andrew Burke, thank you for the follow. Espandon, Sebastian, Fleefy, The Dernhelm, Rolo777K, PlayStation 3.5. Always appreciate you guys hitting the like and the follow and the subscribe buttons. Makes a big difference. In fact, if you guys are interested, I do have membership options available on YouTube. I don't have membership options available on Twitch because I can't maintain my affiliate status on Twitch and dual stream to both platforms. If you guys are unaware, I'm streaming to both platforms at the same time. Anyway, as always, thanks for watching, and keep watching.